Good morning and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Today is Thursday, January 8th, and we do begin each of our meetings with an invocation. This morning we have Pastor Micah Spansel from Cross and Crown Church. We invite you to stand and join us.
Let's pray together. Father, I thank you for this day that you've given to us, for life and for breath, for your many mercies, and I just want to specifically thank you for everyone that's here this morning. Thank you for this board and for everyone behind me and their desire to serve this city, to care for one another, and to care for your image bearers, all the people around us in this city. Father, I thank you most of all for the gift of your Son, Jesus, that you in your kindness did not leave us in our sin. Each and every one of us has wronged you in our hearts, in our actions, and we deserve your wrath. And yet in your love, you sent your Son, Jesus, to die for us, to take our penalty. And I thank you for that grace that is offered to anyone who, as your word tells us, who rends their hearts before you, because you are a God who is gracious and merciful and great in steadfast love to anyone who would repent of their sin and run to you. And Father, I pray now that as we seek to meet together today, that you would help us to be slow to speak and quick to listen, that this would be a meeting of unity and mutual care. I pray that you would help us in Jesus' name. Amen.
And Commissioner Nelson, if you'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Item 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items, and I'm unaware of any staff emergency items today.
Item 4.
Item number 4 is changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements to today's agenda, and the next meeting will be Tuesday, January 13th at 9:00 a.m.
Item 5. I'll just ask our booth, there are some comments that there's a struggle to hear in here, so if we could make sure we have the volume.
Item number 5 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. And Madam Chair, I'm unaware of anyone signing in to speak under public comment, but I am aware there are several people that would like to be called in today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone here who'd like to speak on an item that is not scheduled on the agenda? And can I clarify, Madam Clerk, there are folks who want to be called in for this public comment for items not on the agenda?
Yes, that's
Okay.
my understanding.
So I will ask the booth if we can work through that process, please.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Nancy Nelson with El Paso County AV. We have Annette Yeba online. Annette, you have 3 minutes to speak if you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Annette Yeba. I live in Colorado Springs, and I just wanted to bring up some information about this, or at least get some information about this mosque project that is going up at the, let's see, the address at 7610 Maverick Road. It's by the Woodman Frontage Road and Mohawk. I'm very concerned about the community there because it is a very small community, and you're going to have the call to prayer going on 5 times a day, pretty much every single day, starting at about 5:30 in the morning, which is going to be very impactful, obviously, to the neighborhood. Not to mention the traffic. I'm sure there's going to be obstruction of the Pikes Peak view. Apparently, there's a 55 plus center there also, so that's going to be a major impact on them. And apparently, one of the neighbors in that area is trying to sell their home, but apparently can't sell because when people realize a mosque is going up, you know, the deal won't go through. So I'd kind of like to see if there is any way of stopping this or moving it. I realize these people have purchased the land, but again, land can be resold and maybe put in an area that it's not going to have such a major impact on the surroundings. I am also curious about funding for all this. Oklahoma had a problem. I believe it was back in 2007 with a mosque going up, and they did find that, I believe it was the Muslim Brotherhood was adding money to help get this built while they are designated a terrorist organization. So I'd like to make sure that we're not having an issue with that. And keep in mind, Dearborn, Michigan has also had a lot of their residents having an issue with this call to prayer. But of course, they're not getting anywhere since the mayor is Muslim and doesn't care what the citizens, you know, say about that at this point. So again, I would just like to see if someone could look into this. Apparently, the neighbors did not get any kind of notice about this mosque going up, and that's definitely not fair to the neighborhood. So any attention in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I just want to, it's become, come to my attention that we actually have a few people here to speak on an item that they thought was perhaps on the agenda that was just mentioned. So I'm going to ask our county attorney to just share a bit of information at this point for those folks in the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is there's a religious institution who has begun the process through our planning department. I think the planning director could speak to a little bit more on the mechanics of that. Considering that we do have a pending application, my advice would be that the commissioners not provide substantive comment on that pending matter.
I do want to also say, though, that though the commissioners are being advised, as with all quasi-judicial matters or things that may come in force that could be quasi-judicial, that staff can still be contacted for updates and information. And so to both the individual who spoke and others, we can get you in contact with staff so that they can share relevant information that it looks like you are trying to receive. So just wanted to make sure that that information was clear for folks that are here to speak on that topic. Yes, Commissioner Williams.
The email for the planning department is planning@elpasoco.com. Am I right? Because what we would want to have you do is email your comments specifically to the planning department. If I'm correct, Mr. County Attorney, the comments made today are not added to that public record. And so if you have comments and specific concerns, we'd want them added to our file.
Madam Vice Chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. Our email is plnweb@elpasoco.com.
Okay, so I was way off of that. plnweb@elpasoco.com. Also, I believe up at the top of the room are all of our business cards. If you email us personally as commissioners, those are sent over to the file. So those will be placed in the planning department file so that we have those when that item does, if it comes in front of the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. We will move on to additional public comments on items not scheduled on the agenda. Do we have anyone else that we are calling in? It looks like we're working through that. Okay, thank you. And that was those were the only two? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we are ready to move on to item 6.
Item number 6 is the land use consent calendar, including items 6A and 6B.
Okay, is there anyone here who wishes to speak on an item on the consent calendar? Seeing none in the room, do we have anyone online? Okay, I will bring it up to commissioners for any comments or a motion on the consent calendar.
I would move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. One last opportunity for any comments. Seeing none, we'll call the roll, beginning with Commissioner Weissong.
Aye.
Commissioner Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 5-0. Item 7.
Item number 7 is the called up consent calendar, and there are no items called up.
Item 8.
Item number 8 is the map amendment rezoning, Trinity Ranch Commercial Rezone, a request by 20165 Howell Street LLC for approval of a map amendment rezoning of 37.63 acres of a 137.92 acre property from RR5 Residential Rural to CS Commercial Service. The property is located on State Highway 94, 0.5 miles east of the intersection of State Highway 94 and Peyton Highway, and 0.36 miles west of the intersection of State Highway 94 and Antelope Drive. The item was heard as a called-up consent item at the December 4th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting and was recommended for approval with a vote of 6-3. One citizen spoke in opposition to the rezoning request, citing concerns about road access, neighborhood character, views, and stormwater runoff. Planning commissioners that voted against the request had concerns about land use compatibility with the surrounding rural character of the area. Parcel number 3400000455, Commissioner District Number 2, File CS 25002, Joe Letke, Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Joseph Letke. I'll be presenting to you today one of 3 items. The first one is the Trinity Ranch Commercial Rezone. This is file number CS 252. Brett Diltz was your engineering staff member who reviewed this project and is available here if there's any specific engineering questions. Madam Chair, to begin with, this is our hearing procedures. I know you are familiar with this slide. However, for anyone in the audience, I ask that you do take a look at this slide, how we run these presentations. To start off, we begin with the El Paso County staff presentation, giving a basic overview of what is being proposed, location, how it meets the approval criteria. Also, elements of the master plan are discussed, after which we'll move on to the applicant's presentation, where the applicant will give further detail how they believe their application meets the approval criteria and general information about their project. We move on then to the public comment section, where citizens in favor or against have an opportunity to come down to the podium to speak on the matter, after which we move on to a rebuttal period. Gives the applicant a time to speak in regard to comments made by the citizens. Then we move on to the questions for staff. This is the time the board can make any additional questions, anything outstanding we can address for you today. And then lastly, the Board of County Commissioners, our elected officials, will make that final determination to approve or deny the request before you today. And that request is by 20165 Hollow Street LLC for approval of a map amendment rezoning of 37.63 acres within a 137.92 acre parcel from the RR5 residential rural to the CS commercial zoning district. Property is located off of Highway 94. Brief summary on Planning Commission was heard as a called up consent item on December 4th, 2025. Recommended for approval with a vote of 6-3. Planning commissioners with some dissenting votes contemplated the lack of compatibility with the surrounding existing residential rural zoning. Additionally, there was some brief discussion held regarding the increase in max structure height, with that commercial zoning allowing 45 feet max structure versus what's currently allowed in the residential, which is 30 feet. Madam Chair, I appreciate that you are hyper familiar with the criteria for approval, but for anyone in the audience, I ask that you take a look at this slide, as this is what the board is making their decision on, and it's how we as planning staff review these projects. I will leave this slide up for a brief moment to allow members of the public to take a look. To give context to where this proposal is, if you see here on the right is the portion of a greater parcel that is being rezoned to commercial. To the east, we have existing Mayberry residential communities, very high dense residential. And then to the south, which is a bit out of the zone, we do have the Schriever Space Force Base, which is a contributing factor to why we see this type of commercial development in the area. Again, that Mayberry development is bringing that increased density to the Ellicott area, which is why we're seeing some changeover with proposed commercial. This next slide presents just the difference of the zoning dimensions between the RR5 and the CS. Again, to note that maximum height 30 feet versus the proposed, which is 45. Brief information about development within the commercial zoning district. The applicant's letter of intent was silent on proposed future uses. However, to give some description of what could be there, that could include a gas station, library, mini warehouse, retail sales. The applicant did discuss that they plan to submit a subdivision application to create 4 commercial lots. We have not received that, but that is anticipated. That application, if submitted, will go before the Planning Commission and this board at a future time. Property is located in the large lot place type. I do have a quick analysis that the place type identifies commercial retail and commercial service as supporting land uses to the primary residential uses. However, the character description of large lot place type does not specifically address or provide guidance for commercial service land uses. Furthermore, the master plan provides recommendations regarding land uses along Highway 94. Supporting commercial uses should be considered, particularly along Highway 94, to serve the community in the works Space Force Base. So in conclusion, despite the proposal not being residential large lot, it does generally meet the master plan, and it's generally consistent given the place type. The area of change is new development, and I know there was some discussion regarding compatibility, but the master plan does state many of the large commercial and employment areas within the county are located within municipal limits and require unincorporated residents to travel considerable distances for work, goods, and services. That is a challenge that we do see in eastern El Paso County with a lack of commercial property. So that is, again, why we're seeing some of this, and there may be some lack of compatibility, which is something that this board can contemplate. However, there are changes occurring as shown here with the master plan with that delineation. Water sufficiency is not required with rezoning. They will be required to submit water sufficiency with final plat applications in the future. Transportation-wise, again, this property is located off of Highway 94. When submitting for final plats and site development plans for actual development, they will have to work with CDOT regarding access and any type of improvements to the property. The road impact fee is a development fee that is applicable, which will be addressed during final plats or building permit. Drainage. The property is not located within floodplain. It is within a fee-paying basin. Those fees will be paid during final platting. And lastly, hearing notification. Planning and Community Development Department did mail out notices on November 19th to 18 surrounding property owners, as well as the hearing dates were published in the Gazette. Are there any questions I can address for you at this time?
Vice Chair Williams.
Yeah, I'm sorry if you could go back to the vicinity map. I missed where it was in relation to Schriever.
Schriever is to the southwest, and it's not included in this extent, unfortunately, but it is 7.2 miles, and that's road miles to the property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joe, the commercial property that's referenced by Mayberry, is that area fully built out?
I do not believe it's fully built up at this time. I know there's been some ongoing redevelopment and moving around of lot lines. It is ongoing, though. There's still a lot of construction in that area, and still we are receiving applications for Mayberry, so it's kind of an ongoing process, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, I think we are ready to move on to the applicant presentation.
Morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. My name is John Olson. I'm here as the planner for the project, representing our client on this. As Joe had referenced, this is a zone change for a portion of the property on the Highway 94 frontage. And I'm going to take you through a very brief presentation because it looks like you have a full house and maybe a full agenda for the day. So I'll be quick with this. But please let me know if you have any questions. Just a little more context for the zoning map. The site is where the star is. We've identified Mayberry as that's kind of a reference point along Highway 94. So our site is to the west of Mayberry. Oh, and while I'm on that slide, one of the things I wanted to note was just for your all information is the other commercial pieces on there. They'll be labeled as CS, CR, CC. So on that map, you can kind of see proximity to where some of the other commercial zoned areas are and the areas of change along Highway 94. As mentioned, the overall lot is 140 acres. The intention of the balance of the site is to have it as residential, and this being kind of the front door to that. So Our client's goal is to develop it as mentioned into 4 commercial lots. We don't fully know what those will be, but that will kind of come in time. It all is going to be served by well water and septic. So you can imagine those uses, those commercial uses are probably pretty low in terms of need and demand. While the, and I think I have another slide here. While the zoning for the property would allow a lot of uses, I'm not going to read all of these for you, but we have bolded the ones that we actually expect that may be possibilities for the site, just in full transparency. So you're looking at things like vehicle and boat storage, mini warehouse, and warehouse wholesale businesses, things that aren't going to have a whole lot of water use, septic use, or traffic impact for the property. In the Planning Commission hearing, and I don't know if Mr. and Mrs. Banks are here, they had spoken and we spoke with them after the meeting. Their big concern was height. They were under the impression that there was going to be a 4-story warehouse or mini storage. As I mentioned to them, while it is allowed, I would not expect that kind of demand to be available out in this area. Single story, yes, we do feel there is a demand for that. And with that, I can either pull up the map or leave up the zoning and help answer any questions you may have.
Do we have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wysong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Due to the building height changing from 30 to 45 feet, and based on your last few comments, is there any issue with the applicant taking a consideration notation to keep it under 30 feet? Since you're looking at 1-story, whatever, and so that could help minimize some of the concerns.
Well, I'd like to go and say yes. I don't think I have the ability to do that as not being the landowner for the property. But I would ask Joe if what the thoughts are and how that process would work. As mentioned, we don't anticipate this being over 30 feet by any means in height, but. Joe?
Joseph Leckie, for the record, Commissioner Wysong. That's something we could possibly address with the applicant during final platting. I'd say it may be challenging to put that restriction on a zoning approval, but it could be something we could discuss with them. A lot of those uses that were mentioned that they're proposing typically don't have structures that are that tall. However, it does open the door for it. So I can certainly open up that discussion with the applicant if this board so desires that condition.
Okay, and then second question, Joe, you may be able to help concerning the traffic, which we haven't gotten into the app. My concern is that in one of the documents, they say, yes, we're going to put in a left turn lane, 500 feet, 300 feet of the graduated widening. No mention was made of an acceleration lane heading eastbound. State highway, a lot of open, that just flashes to me as a major accident site without having some kind of ability to only cross one lane, the westbound lane, get into an acceleration lane, and then get up to speed to emerge safely.
Certainly, I will ask Brett if he has a moment to answer some of those more of traffic engineering related questions. Okay. We do work closely with CDOT, and if they do have those requirements for those improvements for turn lanes and slow down lanes, we certainly will address that, and CDOT will require it as part of their access permit to the property.
I just want to remind the commissioners that that's outside of our jurisdiction, so we would have to work with our partners. That's not something that we have the authority over here today. But I'll let staff answer that question, and I think Commissioner Weissong has another question, and then we also have one from Commissioner Applegate. Is it related to the same topic? Okay, so we'll let Commissioner Weissong finish up, and then we'll move to you.
Commissioner Weissong, Brett Diltz, El Paso County Engineering. Reading from the traffic impact study, the acceleration lane is not warranted due to volumes being less than the amount required for the acceleration lane in peak hour.
Thank you.
Okay, you may want to stay up here because we have something else related to this topic, I think. Go ahead,
Okay,
Commissioner.
well, I was going to say, I was looking on the map. There is a median south on 94. So right now where it stands, like say if you were to come out of that property, like say you were open the gate, even if it's just a dirt lot right now, you couldn't make a left turn on eastbound, correct? Because I was looking at the lot lines and it looked like there was a median there. Like there's a barrier between the lanes on the highway. Unless Google Maps is off. And again, all changeable, but it's right now you can't even go left on. You couldn't even go eastbound on 94 from that lot. Or am I wrong to assume that?
If the improvements are warranted, they would have to construct that turn lane, and that would require, if the roadway needs to be widened,
Correct.
that's, if the traffic warrants it, then it needs to be built.
Okay. But that, yeah, and so, okay, but that's what, you're seeing a median now, right? You couldn't even, like right where it stands right now, you couldn't turn left on either if you wanted to. Or no?
I'm not following your line of question, I'm sorry.
There's a median, so there's separation between the east and the westbound lanes, what I'm seeing on the map, because I'm seeing it split. Where the lanes are splitting before that
Yeah,
lot.
so there is a painted median as an approach, it looks like, to the existing Antelope Road.
Okay.
But again, the traffic study is indicating that turn lanes need to be installed. So whatever road work needs to be done to include those turn lanes would have to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. One more question from Commissioner Applegate.
Stormwater. Why was there a concern with stormwater? And maybe this is a question for the applicant.
Sure.
Yes. So there was a question brought up in the Planning Commission about stormwater. Or there was a concern about that?
There was a concern about it. If you, referring back to the drainage report, it's not in a floodplain, and all of that would get handled during the site planning piece for each lot on this. So that's how stormwater would get handled. There's not anything at the actual zone change piece of it. So those details we get ironed out later.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to remind commissioners, let's stick to the criteria for this particular item in a rezone. I know that there are a lot of questions, but we do have a full schedule today. And so we want to make sure that we are keeping this hearing to the applicable criteria. Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, I wanted to just follow up on, I'm trying to filter out conversation that sounds like took place at the Planning Commission versus what zoning allows for and what the criteria we're supposed to follow. So coming back to the 45 feet versus 30 feet, currently this zone would allow for 45 feet. And so it would not be appropriate for us as commissioners to ask an applicant to do something different, in my opinion. It would be a higher level conversation of us having a discussion about changing what is allowed within a zone. You can't come back and change it after the fact on someone. And so I just wanted to kind of clarify a little bit for myself that it does currently allow 45 feet. There were conversations at Planning Commission about that, but currently the zoning does allow for it, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
zoning would allow for 45 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
As Joe had mentioned earlier, those kind of details would get kind of fleshed out during the plat and the site plan portions for those.
Okay.
But at this time, we don't anticipate seeing anything over that unless there's a sudden massive demand out in this area for that.
Right. But technically, according to the current zoning, you would be allowed. So
That's right.
we
That's
would,
correct.
We'll cross that bridge if we get there, but thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, thank you very much. And
thank
one
you.
more question of, are there any other questions, additional questions for staff before we move to the public input? Okay, great. So we are ready to move to public input, and we will begin with those who are here to speak in support of the application. So if you are here in support of this application, please come forward at this time. Okay, seeing none, and I'll look to the booth to make sure we don't have anyone online for this. Okay, we will move to those in opposition to this application. If you are here to speak in opposition to this application, please come forward at this time. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public input, and I don't suppose there is any need for a rebuttal from the applicant, but I'll just ask if you have anything else you want to add at this time. Okay, great. So we will close the public hearing and we will bring the conversation up to commissioners for any comments or a motion on this item.
Madam Chair, this may be a question for Director Harrington. I was under the assumption, and it could be a wrong assumption, that if we felt we wanted to put a condition on any kind of approval, we had the ability to do that. Or maybe that's our attorney's bailiwick.
Yeah, I'll ask if you want Ms. Harrington to answer that or if our county attorney would like to answer that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Erica Keach is actually here. She's an expert on this topic. However, I would say as a kind of prequel to what she's going to provide you is that I think that the board can include a condition restricting height if that's what we're looking at.
Yes.
Ms. Keach is a little bit more eloquent than I am, so I might wait for her to come down and make sure that she shores up what I've provided.
Good morning, Commissioners. Erica Keach on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. That is correct that conditions are permissible within reason, including a height restriction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Williams.
This is not my district, but I am actually not in favor of putting an extra condition on this for the height approval. I see Highway 94 as being one of our major roads going east, and I don't think that we'll see any overly tall buildings here. And I think that we're going to be seeing a lot of growth, not necessarily density, but growth out east as we go down the road here over the next 20 years. So I would move approval of this item with the conditions and notations listed in the resolution.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. I'll ask if there are any additional comments. I'll just add mine since this is in my district. Thank you, Commissioner Williams, for making that motion. I try to let others do that as the chair, but I think this really does fit the criteria very neatly. I agree. I don't see any reason to impose that condition at this time. It is that 94 corridor is perfectly described in our master plan as being the appropriate place for this commercial. I'd rather let the applicant make that decision. As they said, probably not going to be the case, but I prefer that the government not try to control more than necessary to provide for the health and safety of our community. And this seems that seems to me that it would be a bit of a government overreach in this case. So I agree with the motion and will be supporting that motion. And thank you for your application. Any other additional comments at this time? Okay, with that, we will call the roll. Commissioner Wysong.
No.
Commissioner Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-1. At this time, I am going to ask for a brief 10-minute recess, and we will come back to additional items. We are in recess. I will call this meeting back to order, and we are on item 9.
Item number 9 is a variance of use for the Pro-Trans variance of use, a request by Pro-Trans Plus for approval of a variance of use to permit a commercial vehicle repair garage within an existing hangar at the Meadow Lake Airport. The property is zoned R4 planned development and is located within the GAO General Aviation Overlay District, which restricts non-aviation related land uses. The hangar is located south of Judge Orr Road and east of Highway 24. The item was heard as a regular item at the November 20th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting, and the motion for recommendation of denial passed with a vote of 5-2. Planning Commission mainly discussed a statement made by a citizen speaking in opposition that was part owner of the property through an LLC and had not given permission for the application to be submitted. The Planning Commission felt they could not make a recommendation with a potential issue related to who can sign the variance application on behalf of the LLC ownership. Parcel number 430400280, Commissioner District number 2, file VA 25003, continued from December 11th, 2025. Joe Letke, Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Morning, Madam Chair and the Board of County Commissioners. Again, my name is Joseph Letke. For the record, I'll be presenting today the Pro-Trans variance of use. It's file VA 253. Joseph Sandstrom was your engineer from the Department of Public Works who reviewed the project. He is not present today, but Daniel Torres can certainly answer any engineering, traffic-related issues, questions. Again, I know I just went over this hearing procedures, but I want to quickly go over it again. We start with a presentation by staff. We turn it over then to the applicant, after which we have a public comment period for citizens in favor or against to speak on the application, followed by a rebuttal by the applicant. We then move on to questions for staff for the board. And then lastly, a decision by the Board of County Commissioners, our elected officials. They will vote to approve or deny the request. And that request is by ProTrans Plus for approval of a variance of use to permit a commercial vehicle repair garage within an existing hangar within the Meadow Lake Airport. The Land Development Code defines a commercial vehicle repair garage as an establishment used for care or repair of passenger vehicles and light trucks. This would include transmission repair. The property is zoned R4 Planned Development, and it's located within the GA-O, the General Aviation Overlay District, which restricts non-aviation related land uses. Madam Chair, this is really the bulk of what the request is that the GA-O overlay zoning district prohibits non-aviation related uses such as a vehicle repair garage within the overlay district. Quick summary of Planning Commission. The ProTrans variance of use was heard as a regular item in a November 20th, 2025 Planning Commission hearing. The general discussion highlights were concerns over property ownership and application signature authority. I will touch on this in my next slide. Concerns over customer parking. There is a concern over septic, as my staff report does state that the property is served by septic systems as reflected as a plat note. However, those septic system that was never actually installed, the property utilizes portable restrooms for septic. In conclusion, the Planning Commission felt that the application failed to meet the approval criteria, and a vote for recommendation for denial passed 5-2. The applicant did have a general response to some of the items that were discussed during Planning Commission. To start off, the applicant has elected to add a condition to the proposed resolution. So if this board does choose to approve the variance of use, Condition 4 will be applicable, which states the variance of use is limited to ProTrans Plus, located in units E and F, and shall not run with the land. The item was continued from December 11th, 2025, Board of County Commissioners hearing to today's hearing due over concerns for application signature authority and ownership related issues. I do want to update you that since December 11th, since the December 11th, 2025 hearing, the applicant has addressed this ownership issue, and there's no outstanding disputes or issues related to this topic. Next slide, I do have the criteria for approval for variance of uses. Again, I know that I do appreciate that this board is hyper familiar with this approval criteria, but I do ask anyone in the audience to please carefully review this criteria of approval. Next, I move on to some general history regarding the General Aviation Overlay District and how that fits and was adopted with the Meadow Lake Airport property. In 1970, expanded the uses on the property to include airport-related uses in addition to the underlying agricultural zoning district uses. 1970, a 196-acre portion of the Meadow Lake Airport was rezoned from the A3 to the R4 planned development to support ongoing development in Meadow Lake Airport as a private airport. In 1981, the board at that time approved a rezoning from R4 for 210 acres, which includes the 1975 R4 zoning boundary and land zoned A3. The 1981 R4 zoning district is the current zoning district on the subject property and of the request for the variance of use. Property was platted in 1982 as Block 17, Lot 13 of the Meadow Lake Airport filing number 3. I have mentioned this several times in my presentation, but I wanted to provide you with the exact code citation for the GA-O General Aviation Overlay District. And as you can see, the following uses are allowed in the non-residential areas of the Meadow Lake Airport, including the GA-O Overlay District, in addition to those uses allowed in the underlying base zoning districts. So the GA-O, we see Aero Club facilities, aviation control towers, hangars, aviation-related businesses. My next slide includes the GA-O overlay zoning map, and you can see to the bottom of the map, to the south, is a pin where the exact hangar is. It's an existing hangar. The variance of use, again, is required because of this GA-O overlay district. And to quote the code, is intended to apply to land within and surrounding airports to protect those airports using non-instrument runways for general aviation purposes. We have a zoning map that shows the R4 and then the PUD for the Meadow Lake Airport area. Site plan, again, as this is an existing hangar, there's not quite as much to show you outside of where some of the taxiway easements are, proposed parking, ingress and egress, and then there's an actual aerial to the right. Move on to the site plan that shows customer traffic route. So customers coming to the business, take Judge Orr Road to the east, down Cessna Drive into the Meadow Lake Airport, which begins private roads, and then they move to the west and to the south to the ProTrans Plus business. General notes about that site plan is the total variance of use area requested is 1,040 square feet. Total parking is 6 spaces proposed in the building and 5 surface parking spaces, with total parking provided as 11. I know the applicant will speak on that parking and queuing configuration. Total employees is 2. Variance of use again shall only apply to units E and F. All improvements are existing, and the applicant, due to the fact it's in the airport, requested a substitute landscape plan, and they've opted to do a mural on the hangar doors to meet the criteria. The master plan labels this property as employment center place type, an area of change with minimal change undeveloped. It's not within a key area. In a brief analysis regarding the employment center, while the master plan place type provides general guidance for the area, it does not offer lot-specific direction. Instead, it characterizes the area in broader planning terms. Although the master plan supports the proposed land use, existing plat notes and zoning regulations currently restrict non-aviation uses on the subject property. Minimal change. We expect the Meadow Lake Airport to continue with its overall growth related to airport uses and supporting uses, and the level of development as proposed aligns with existing land use designation or reflects a minimal degree of change. A few quick slides regarding engineering items. Drainage and erosion, the property is not located within a floodplain. Since there's no proposed grading or major improvements, none of that type of reports that we typically see within a new development were required. Property is located within the Solberg Ranch drainage basin, but fees are not assessed with this type of application. Transportation access to the property is obtained via private roads, Cessna Drive. Traffic impact study was not required pursuant to the ECM section B.1.2D. The property is not subject to the El Paso County Road Impact Fee, as the use was established prior to the fee program. Quick code enforcement background. There were code enforcement complaints received in 2021, 2024, and 2025. It is of note that the applicant states that the business has been operating at its current location on Cessna Drive since 2006. In 2021, their code enforcement case was closed due to the officer believing that the business was removed from the hangar. In 2024, a complaint was received, and code enforcement staff did verify that a commercial vehicle repair garage was operating out of zoning compliance. There was an additional complaint received last year in October. Approval of the variance of use by this board would remedy that code enforcement case. Quick summary of neighborhood input. We received 4 letters of support of the application, which emphasize the 19-year longevity of the business at its current location, some of the positives of small business, and the lack of a negative impact. We did receive 6 letters of opposition. I did also include a few additional letters that we received that I can appreciate that this board has in front of them since the Planning Commission date. Their concerns regarding issuance of non-aviation related uses and permits within the airport in the GA-O. They also mentioned traffic issues for customers speeding through the airport or blocking hangars and access, taxiway blockage. Full citizen input can be found online in EDARP, the file VA253. And lastly, the hearing notification that the Planning Community Development Department notified 63 adjoining property owners of the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners hearing. As well, I do want to mention that the applicant did mail letters to the owners as the property is within an LLC, making them aware of this application. Board, is there any questions I can answer for you?
Are there any questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Nelson?
The condition that the applicant is proposing, I'm going to put this in different wording to make sure I'm understanding. When it says the variance of use is limited to ProTrans Plus located in units E and F and shall not run with the land, is that saying if that business were to sell in the future, this variance would no longer apply?
That's correct. If the ProTrans transferred to General Transmission Repair LLC, they would have to come back to the county and go through the process.
Okay. Or if they want, are they the owners of the hangars?
Yes.
Okay. So if they decided to sell those hangars, then any new business coming in would have to come for a variance if it was not abiding by the aviation overlay.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, with that, I think we are ready for the applicant.
Way down there. Nina Reese with ProTrans Variance of Use. So Joe already covered this. The request is specifically for just those two hangars, not the building as a whole. But you'll also notice that we are proposing an additional condition, that's number 2 listed, that the daily trips associated with the business do not exceed 10. So that's ensuring that the use is very, very limited. Joe covered the Planning Commission summary. I definitely agree with him that the focus and rationale for the no votes was based on the number of parking spaces and concern regarding ownership. So my presentation, I'm actually going to cover those 2 items first before we get into the specific review criteria. As he mentioned, there were also folks that came and testified in opposition. That was Mr. Elliott and Mr. Jaco. Mr. Elliott didn't have concerns necessarily with this specific business, but just non-aviation in general. In the public comments, he identified that Mr. Gandera has not caused any issues necessarily specifically himself. He had concerns with the parking location, so I want to discuss that as well. And then Mr. Jaco primarily had concerns regarding the ownership, which you've heard that's been resolved. Just for additional background, because Mr. Letke didn't cover this, the LLC did hold a meeting on January 2nd to elect managers. There were existing managers, but there was some question as to the legality of those managers. So they held another meeting to elect the managers, and then they also voted on the variance of use. And if the LLC as a whole supported the variance of use. Both items passed. There was only the one member that identified that they had concerns, and that's the same member that submitted letters. And this is just the resolution associated.
Can I ask a clarifying on the election of managers? That's in regards to the management of Meadow Lake Airport, or is it like an HOA type of situation?
No, my apologies. I should have clarified. So this property is owned by an LLC. And so as part of that LLC, they have 19 individual owners. Now, some people have two parts of an ownership, so each hangar essentially represents one ownership. So within that LLC, there was question as to if Phil, who had signed the application, and Mr. Gandera had a right to submit the application and to sign the application. So the LLC wanted to hold another meeting, provide notice.
Pro-Trans LLC.
Exactly. Provide additional notice to all of the members of that LLC, ensuring that they had adequate notice via both email and mail so that they could attend the meeting, and then hold a vote on the managers, electing the 3 managers, which 2 of them were already in place previously, and then also discussing the variance of use and voting on the variance of use. But this is specific to the Pro-Trans property, which is the Cessna LLC, not Meadow Lake as a whole.
Okay.
My apologies for just skimming over that. Does that answer your question?
I just got confused again when you said Cessna LLC.
So the property is owned by 7936 Cessna Drive LLC. That's the name of the LLC. So if you look in the assessor's database, it'll show that name, that LLC name, as the ownership.
Okay.
I'm going to see if I can maybe help clear this up a little bit. So
Sure.
what I'm hearing is that Cessna Drive LLC owns all of the hangars.
That is correct.
Pro-Trans occupies just 2 of the hangars.
That is correct.
So it's the LLC who is the property owner, and that's who met and decided that they were okay with submitting the variance.
That is correct.
Okay. Does that help at all?
And the way that this LLC operates is different from what most of us are used to. So when you join into the LLC, you are essentially purchasing your 2 hangars. So within their agreement, they say that you have 100% right to what happens within your specific hangars that you're purchasing.
Okay.
But the actual ownership is the LLC. So
The
it's weird.
Cessna
It's very, yeah,
LLC.
it's very
Okay.
weird, but
Okay. So walking back a little bit, I'm going to repeat back what you just said. The Cessna LLC held a meeting to vote on management of all of the properties. And at that meeting, they also approved this specific Pro-Trans LLC going for a variance. They are in agreement with allowing this business to continue.
yes, you are correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry that I just skimmed over that. I think it caused confusion, so sorry about that. Okay, Joe already covered this, so you're aware of the limitation on the plat. So this is not a typical auto repair business. This isn't a Jiffy Lube. It's not a large company. It is a very, very, very small business that is just run by one individual at this time. So I'm actually going to ask Mr. Gandera to come forward and provide an overview of his business and what he does, because he knows far more than I do.
Morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year. My name is Jeff Gandera. I've owned and operated Pro-Trans Plus at this location for 20 years. Well, about 3 months shy of 20 years. In April, it'll be 20 years. This has been my business's home base from the very beginning. I'm a U.S. veteran. I served in the U.S. Army from 84 to 88 as an M1 tank systems mechanic. The turbine engine in the M1 is what sparked my interest in aviation and mechanics, and I felt that it was a good fit for me. After completing my service, I followed that interest by attending Rice Aviation in Houston, where I earned my FAA airframe and power plant license. Because of that A&P certification, I've been able to support Verlin Schauer at Verlin's Aviation with aircraft maintenance, engine assembly, electrical work, alternator repairs, and even worked on fire mitigation vehicles. I also keep the airport running by plowing the taxiways around 7936 and 7944 Cessna Drive. Alongside the aviation work, I rebuild transmissions, transfer cases, and differentials for the general public. I try to keep things small, usually 4 to 5 vehicles a week, and with the approval of this variance, at most I might hire one more mechanic. I also make sure customers know exactly where to go by sending them maps and directions to the shop. Over the years, I've helped many Meadow Lake members, members at the airport, including board members, by rebuilding personal vehicle transmissions and also maintaining the airport plow truck. I even rebuilt the Glider Club's transmission in their tow vehicle when their aircraft was down. When I bought my hangars, I was told there was no restrictions on how I could use them. And for 3 months shy of 20 years, that understanding was never questioned. I'm essentially a one-man shop. I've always believed in staying small and doing things right, and it worked. I built a successful business with a 4.9 Google rating and a strong reputation. I'm 61 years old, and this business is the result of decades of hard work. It's my livelihood and what I've dedicated my life to. I've been in the transmission industry for over 30 years, and this shop is how I support myself. Thank you for listening and allowing me to explain my situation. I truly appreciate the board's time and thoughtful review. Thank you.
So as you just heard, this is not a traditional repair shop. This is very small, very limited, operated by one individual. As you also heard, he does do some aviation-related uses in addition to non-aviation, and he also has supported Meadow Lake Airport and the association as a whole. So right now, it's just him and his significant other working there. He does all of the mechanic work, and she just helps out with the books and bills and things like that. He's only proposing up to one additional full-time employee. That would be one mechanic. So we've got a total of 2 people working there at the most. He feels comfortable with his 4 to 5 airplanes or vehicles that he works on per week, and he has no intention of increasing that number. If he is going to help out somebody who's a non-Meadow Lake Airport Association member, that is done only by scheduling an appointment. He does not allow for people to come to the property and just drop off vehicles or just show up. So that's another reason why this is different. When he is scheduling those appointments, he always takes a look at how many vehicles he might have that either need to be repaired still or have been repaired and have not been picked up yet. So that's how he's able to ensure that the 5 parking spaces he's proposing are adequate. If he doesn't have additional space for a car, he won't schedule that appointment until he knows that that vehicle's been picked up. Joe already showed this, but just a reminder, whenever he is scheduling an appointment, he goes over the directions with the customers over the phone, and he also sends them a text with those directions as well to ensure that people know that, you know, this is not like just coming to a regular shop. Airplanes have the right of way. They need to follow these directions strictly, and then he has them report to the shop itself, not elsewhere. So as you can see in this diagram, I want to just explain it. The purple is the route that he provides to the customers. The yellow is the taxiway easements. So Cessna Drive, all of Cessna Drive is a taxiway easement. So anybody coming into the airport or leaving the airport as it is today travels on a taxiway. That can't be avoided by anyone coming to the airport. But what he has done is he's instructed them to drive down what is just an ingress easement. So that's only for vehicles, not for airplanes, to ensure that potential conflicts between airplanes and vehicles is limited. You'll also notice that where he's proposing the parking, which is that brown box, is not within a taxiway easement either. So by the instructions that he's provided to his customers and the parking location, he's ensuring that his business does not result in a conflict with the airport. During the Planning Commission hearing, there was a lot of discussion about, is 5 parking spaces adequate? Should he have more parking spaces? So I wanted to just go into a lot of detail on his current parking and what's proposed and why he feels that this is adequate. So as of right now, where anybody within the LLC is parking is located on the south side of their building. And in fact, oftentimes members park within the taxiway easement. They shouldn't, but that's just where they all have been parking historically. He has the capacity to hold 6 vehicles within his hangar, with 2 vehicles being underneath and 1 vehicle being lifted. Where his parking is proposed is not within that taxiway easement, it's off-site. So the Land Development Code requirement is 1 space per employee on maximum shift plus 3 spaces per bay or stall. So that results in the land development requirement being 8 spaces total, because he's never going to have more than 2 employees reporting to the site. That's those 2 mechanics. Now this requirement applies to Big O Tires, Christian Brothers, even gas stations, a Maverick and a Circle K. We all know that those types of businesses have no limit on the number of trips that they can have, so the traffic. They have no limit on the number of customers that they can serve. It's just, the more the merrier, please come. That's how those types of businesses operate. ProTrans is proposing 11 spaces, with 6 being within the shop, but that's only if needed. The way that he operates currently is he uses those spaces for vehicles that have already been repaired and puts those vehicles into his shop primarily at night to make sure that they're protected. So at the most, as of right now, he uses 4 indoor spaces. The 5 surface are proposed to be used by employees and also used to store vehicles while he might be working on others. So he reports to the shop in the morning, he needs to work on a car, he gets, the 2 cars that might be underneath, he pulls those cars out, they've already been worked on, he puts them over in the parking area, and then at night he puts them back. That's how he has been functioning, that's how he wants to function in the future. He has a maximum of 10 trips, maximum of 5 vehicles per week, and a maximum of 2 employees. He's been operating out there for over 19 years, so he himself knows how much parking he needs. He feels as though 5 spaces is adequate, but he's also agreeable that if the board thinks more is needed, he's more than happy to do so. So again, this is the proposed parking completely outside of that taxiway easement. So before I move on to the specific criteria, are there any questions about the parking, since that was the bulk of the discussion at Planning Commission?
Commissioner Nelson?
When you're, just for my own clarity, when you're using the phrase LLC, you mean the Cessna LLC, correct?
That is correct.
So when the LLC, I guess my question is, has the LLC approved the additional parking here that we see in this picture?
Yes. So during the meeting that occurred on January 2nd, they talked about the specific variance of use that has been submitted, which is this. And they had no objection to him constructing additional parking spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll cover the specific criteria. So criteria 1 has to do with the applicant providing a peculiar and exceptional practical difficulty or undue hardship. Sorry, I had a hard time getting that out. So rezoning the property to a commercial zone district really is not recommended. And the reason for that is other commercial uses would not be as limited in scale as what's being proposed. Like you heard with the prior item, when you rezone the property, you get all of the permitted uses, all of the dimensional standards. You really can't limit it down the same way as with this variance of use. So the beauty of having a variance of use is with this application, we're able to self-condition to ensure that all potential impacts are mitigated and to ensure that there will not be any negative impact to the surrounding property owners, to Meadow Lake Airport, and then to also ensure that there is compatibility. So that's why the variance of use route was the best route to go. As you heard from Mr. Letke and then from Mr. Gandera as well, this business has been in operation for over 19 years. During that time frame, there weren't any code violations submitted to the property owner. Back in 2021, when there was a complaint submitted, the business is and has always been so small scale that nobody could even tell that they were running a business there. So he never even got a notice of violation. It was just closed out. So he really hasn't had an opportunity prior to this to even be made aware that he was in violation. I'm sure you've heard this before, and you'll probably hear it again. When people purchase property in Meadow Lake, they have been told that you can do whatever you want with your property. So he purchased the property, started this business over 19 years ago, believing that he was within his rights to have this very small business. So relocating this now very well established and very small business is a practical difficulty to him. It would result in him having to close his doors for an unknown period of time, which means he would have no income during that period. So criteria 2 is the master plan. You heard from Mr. Letke that this proposal is in full compliance with the El Paso County Master Plan. So I'm just going to highlight a few areas. So the master plan area of change is minimal change undeveloped. I'm going to focus in on it being limited in scale so as to not alter the essential character. So we have proposed self-imposed limitations and conditions to ensure that it's limited in scale so that it can be in compliance and in conformance with the character. So no more than 2 mechanics and limited to 10 trips per day. Just for comparison, a rural home occupation, which is allowed in most rural areas within the county, allows for up to 20 trips. So this is half of that requirement that the county has said is acceptable in rural areas. 10 trips per day is also equivalent to 1 single family dwelling. So very, very small scale. There are numerous other commercial uses within the Meadow Lake Airport area. Some are aviation related, some are not. But this small business absolutely is in compliance and conformance with the character. So Joe covered this as well, but the master plan does recommend light industrial and commercial services. Criteria 3 has to do with compatibility as well as health, safety, and welfare. As I stated, there are numerous other non-aviation related businesses within the immediate vicinity. As you heard from Mr. Letke, the R4 and GAO allow for other commercial uses, which does include airplane maintenance and other supporting land uses. Some of those other supporting land uses that would be acceptable within the airport could include a restaurant or a motel if it's associated with the airport. We know that 10 trips per day, 2 employees is a lesser impact than those types of uses. Mr. Gandera also, as you heard from him, does do repair work on airplanes as well. So we feel as though this variance of use is compatible with the surrounding area. For health, safety, and welfare, he has gone to great extents to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of his customers, and then also people within the airport as a whole. He provides those detailed instructions to his customers, sends a reminder to them. and has also selected a parking location to ensure that there's no conflicts. Criteria 4, 5, and 6 don't necessarily apply, and I know the hearing's already long, so I won't cover them unless there's questions. Criteria 7 has to do with off-site impacts. The only potential off-site impact is traffic, which he is self-imposing that 10 trips per day. So that's been mitigated. Criteria 8 is deals with parking, traffic, open space, fencing, screening, and landscaping. I already covered this, but the Land Development Code would require 8. If you count the 6 within the building, we are proposing 11 total. And based on 19 years of running the business, Mr. Gandera knows that that's adequate. Mr. Letke covered this as well. There's an existing well and porta potty on site for the LLC. Falcon Fire has provided no comment, has no issues. He does make payment to the Meadow Lake Airport Association for road maintenance, and all improvements are constructed. So just to provide a recap, we believe that there is a valid hardship due to a rezone not being recommended because a whole host of uses and potential impacts goes along with that. ProTrans is a small business, and so relocating such a small business is an exceptional and practical difficulty. It's fully in compliance with the master plan. Parking is adequate for this very small and limited business, and all impacts have been mitigated. Are there any questions?
Vice Chair Williams?
Yes. Oh, here it is. When you, when we're talking about the parking, are you talking as adding that in as a proposed condition or just a self-limitation for the 10 trips a day for parking?
Oh, sure. Okay, let me go back. Okay, so on our site plan includes number 2, which states daily trips associated with ProTrans Plus shall not exceed 10. So the conditions of approval reference the letter of intent and the site plan. So we have added that condition to our site plan. So I don't believe that it's actually included within your resolution for that reason. We of course have no objection if the board feels like they want to double it up and add it as a condition, but that's our way of doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Any other questions at this time? Commissioner Nelson?
The conditions that are being self-imposed, were there conversations with the LLC that also contributed to that decision, or is this just his own taking this on? Let me try and be a good neighbor.
Yeah, it's not related to the LLC. Mr. Gandera just understands that this is a unique location, and you know, he's always run his business this way. His goal has always been to be a good neighbor. So this is how he's been operating to date, and he has no intentions of expanding. So he's adding these conditions to ensure that he stays small.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Weissong?
I guess the question I have, would you state that the overlay ordinance is very specific?
The general aviation overlay, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
It is very specific, yes. Can you expand on that question so that I can better answer?
Well, you, in one of your slides, you made reference non-aviation. I would say repairing a snowplow that operates at the airport related. So the first two are obviously applicable. However, if you want to go back to that slide, there's no numbers on it, so I can't tell you what page. There, I'm back. There we go.
This one, yeah.
Member vehicles, that's pretty gray. But when you open it general public, then, okay, yeah, that is definitely not airport related. So my question is, okay, since the overlay, which is part of the FAA and all the requirements that go along, whether it's expansion, et cetera, there's a reason. And I just feel that, anything that is aircraft related or aviation related, which it kind of sounds like that's what got him into this business in the first place, it needs to stay aviation related so that you have the ability to focus on aviation. I don't know if there's anyone here that's representing the airport, but I'd like to ask how many vacant hangars are available? And if there are none, what is the wait list for a hangar?
Okay. Some of that, obviously, I can't answer. So thank you, Commissioner Wysong, for bringing up the fact that he does do a lot of aviation, what you see as being aviation-related business activities. Our understanding is that even if he is doing repair of Meadow Lake Airport Association members and doing repair of plows and things like that, it still would require a variance of use. Additionally, there's not enough work for him to be able to make a living off of only those items. So he does need some people to come in order to be able to support himself. You had mentioned that the GAO is an FAA regulation, and it is not. So the FAA regulations are separate from El Paso County zoning and land use. As far as vacant and empty hangars, I don't know what that answer is, but Mr. Gandera has put a condition of approval on himself that says that if he wants to sell in the future, this variance of use does not run with the land. So that should take care of that concern.
I probably was thinking ahead of my mouth. I understand that the FAA and land use are different. However, there are certain requirements that the FAA places on airports. And that a lot of that information was actually heard here in this chamber over another entity.
Commissioner Wysong, I just want to remind you that in a hearing, we need to take into account the evidence that's being presented today. So
Thank you.
if there's other evidence bring in from outside, I'd just ask you to consider that. Thank you.
All right, strike that from the record. My concern is that there is an overlay, and if I believe correctly, it was in 1981. That is the overlay before the property was purchased. So thinking or being told that he can do whatever he wanted with the property, I think needs to be factored in because that overlay has been there for a much longer time period.
Are there any additional questions of the applicant at this time? I just have one, and I'm going to, just kind of a heads up to staff because I'm going to be asking from our interpretation of it. But you mentioned that a restaurant would be an airport-related use. That if it was served like in an FBO and that type of situation,
Right.
which
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with, I've seen those, been in airports where you have that kind of situation. Because I do find this airport-related activity a very interesting topic when you start thinking about a restaurant. So I don't know the answer, and you may not, but that's why I want to also ask staff. But in a case where there's a restaurant, does that mean that no one from off the airport that isn't flying in and out of the airport can visit that restaurant and utilize it?
Well, I mean, I'll let staff speak as well, but when I go to an airport, like if you go to DIA, you can go and eat in any of those restaurants as long as it's not beyond where you have to check into security. But
So you may not know, and that's fine. I'll let staff answer. And first, I guess the question then to staff is going to be: is a restaurant that is in an FBO, or is that an airport related use?
For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. This is difficult. I don't know. I mean, it's not defined in the code. It says airport-related uses. So then I start spinning. Where is the restaurant located? Is it in the main terminal? Is it in a hangar? So I don't know if I have a good answer for you. We receive complaints and try to process them the best that we can with the information that we're given related to the definition of airport and aviation related, and then can you give you all of the information that we can. So if you're asking related to the restaurant, I guess my first question would be, where exactly is the restaurant located and what kind of building? Who does it serve? How does it operate? You can see where I'm going with that.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It's absolutely gray. And I apologize for not being able to give you a straight answer on that.
No, that's okay. I think if you wouldn't mind staying for just a second, just in case you have anything to add to this. I think what I'm struggling with a bit here is, to be frank, if he is serving airplanes and, servicing a snowplow or things like that, that is airport related. It sounds like the fact that there are additional things or what is needing the variance. But I guess it really does open up a question around the gray area to me, to your point. I've visited FBOs where, yes, people fly in, they have lunch, those type of things. But I guess what I'm really questioning is does it have to be 100% in the way that we are looking at this? And if you still think it's gray, that's totally fine. But do we require 100%, and would we require another type of business like a restaurant to prove in some way that they were only serving people who were using the runway, for example? Or it's just gray?
I would say that we are not, when we bring these to you, we are not looking for 100% everything you do must be aviation related, but we are looking for a majority of what you do to be aviation related. And so I guess we're looking at percentages. We're doing the best we can with the information that we're given. We are not needling down to 100%. But I would say, yes, a majority needs to be, a majority of what you do needs to be aviation related.
So have they self-reported at this point, and the applicant can feel free to weigh in here, but if they self-reported that it's less than a majority, then is that why we're having this conversation?
Honestly, I would have to rely on the applicant or staff. I'm not sure how, at this point,
Sure. Okay.
what that answer is.
Thanks for letting me put you on the spot a little bit there. I'm just trying to understand. But yes, so for the applicant then, and I'm not looking for an exact, I understand that, you probably didn't come prepared for that, but I would say it's safe to assume then that less than a majority, so less than 50% would be related to those types of activities.
that's correct.
Okay.
That could change if the airport expands and more people go there in the future, but as of right now, that's where he's at.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nelson.
I'm just trying to get a sense of if this variance were granted, the broader impact. And so we've talked about the Cessna LLC. Are there other organizations that are within this aviation overlay, other neighbors that, like you've already been given approval by the Cessna LLC, they're okay with this variance. Are there other organizations within the overlay?
Are you
Or is it
asking-
just, so I'm just trying to get an understanding of the broader, is the Cessna LLC truly the only organization that falls under the General Aviation Overlay District?
No,
Okay,
it would be.
there are others. Okay.
Yeah, it would be. I don't know if I even have one. Joe does.
The list that you did show us, are all of those within the Cessna LLC? Of the businesses that?
No, they are not.
Okay.
Sorry, Joe, I'm borrowing your slide real quick. So this is the general aviation overlay. So it's
Very big. Okay.
this whole entire area. The LLC is only this parcel right here. And then if we go back, so just take a little picture in your head of what that looks like. If we go back to the other businesses within the area, they're outside of that LLC, but they are located within that general aviation overlay area. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I think actually it leads me to another one. On the picture that you previously showed, it looks like there's homes, but there are already variances within this overlay.
The general aviation overlay adds additional uses to the underlying zone district. Meadow Lake Airport is unique because it has a residential through the fence with the FAA. So these are dwelling units that you see that are legally existing without any kind of overlay because the zoning, the underlying zoning allows for them. Here's the zoning map. So these are RR5. So the underlying zoning allows for the homes. And then the overlay allows for additional uses on top of that so people can have a hangar as part of their house.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think on this.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions for staff before we move on to public input? Okay, so we will move to the public input portion of the hearing, and we will begin with anyone here in support of this application. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in support today?
Hi, how are y'all doing? My name is Essie Sund. I own 2 private commercial properties that are just north of Jeff Gandara's hangar. I have some documents that might be really important, so I'm going to go to this slide real quick and put one of them down. I went to the county clerks and I got documents from whenever there was a planning development corporation out there that developed all that out there. And then they ended up selling a part of the land to Meadow Lake Airport Association. Here's the documents regarding that.
Can I make sure we can get the overhead?
Is this one on too? Cool.
Yes.
So if you see here, Meadow Lake Airport, Meadow Lake Airport Association rented the runway and the landing strip from the Development Corporation. They rented it for 4 years before purchasing it on their own. And you can see the whole blurb at the bottom of what they actually bought. In here, you can also see that they did not buy any control over any of the private properties that are adjacent to Meadow Lake Airport. Now, I had a surveyor survey what was down there. This document right here. That is what Meadow Lake Airport purchased. Now, whenever you overlay that with the map of the adjacent properties, Jeff Gandara's property is up here. Meadow Lake Airport did not buy any control or access to his property. Now, I've also reached out to the FAA and I asked specifically, because Meadow Lake Airport does not qualify under Parts 139, which allows them to have control over private property for safety and security. Meadow Lake Airport does not qualify. I've got that in an email. I'd be more than happy to show y'all individually. And also I asked them specifically, can Meadow Lake Airport control private property? They said no, and that's coming from the Safety Commission of the FAA. Meadow Lake Airport Association has no control over any of our private properties. Not one. They have never been granted it. So I'm in support of Jeff Gandara's variance. Also, I am done extensive research, and Meadow Lake Airport, y'all granted me my variance at the end of 2024. And since then, I have had harassment charges from Meadow Lake Airport threatening to say that I can't come into my property. They're going to block the access to my private property. I've had to get legal involved. We won that one. They said that they're going to take my packages and put them out at the front of Cessna. I've got that in email. They are bullies, and this is a bully thing. They don't have any control or access at all to any of our private properties, but they continue to think that they do. Thank you so much for y'all's time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support of this application?
Hi, my name is Tara Porter, and I own one of the large homes, a custom-built, fully custom-built home in Meadow Lake Airport, at Meadow Lake Airport, not in. I just want to clarify, when you go to Centennial Airport, you fly in or drive in, you are able to go to that restaurant and eat at the Landings restaurant anytime. You don't even have to fly in, you can drive up there. I also want to show or tell you that I've been going to Meadow Lake Airport Association board meetings. I have been threatened. I have been told I'm going to be kicked out of the meeting, even though my husband and I own this home. I have been told to shut up, not to speak. Anytime somebody speaks out against this board, the Meadow Lake Airport board, or anybody who speaks out against Dave Elliott or any board member is told to shut up and leave. You are then harassed outside of the meeting. I have people constantly driving by my home very slowly, taking photos of my home, okay, and video. That happened yesterday, actually. I am in full support of every business and business owner in this, through the, however you want to say it, inside the airport. I'm just going to say, it's not airport property, it's private property. But they are harassing. If you're not in the clique, if you're not on the board side with everything, they are harassing. It's very scary. And people are now scared to come out and speak out against people in this airport. So does anybody have any questions?
I think we are, I don't think there are questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in support of this application? Okay, seeing none in the room, and we have none online. So we will move to opposition of this application. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, seeing none in the room and none online, we will close the public input. And I'm going to ask at this time, there were no opposition, but does the applicant have anything that they'd like to add at this time?
Thank you. I'll be brief. Because those in opposition weren't here to speak, I did review their letters, as I'm sure you all have. So I just wanted to address the concerns that were listed in there very quickly. So the Meadow Lake Airport Association submitted a new letter, I think as of yesterday was the date. I have put the verbiage of their letter off to the side on the right-hand side. And so this is their official stance on parking as it relates to this project. They submitted it associated with this project. So I'm sure you've all read it, so I'll only discuss the highlighted portion. So it states, from the airport perspective, vehicles may park between the hangar buildings in the flagged area, but we recommend that ramps and taxiways in this area not be obstructed by parked vehicles, keep in mind that wings extend beyond the asphalt pavement. Up above, he refers to there being 125-foot width from the midpoint of the runway. So you'll see off on the left-hand side, I've measured out 125 feet, and then I overlaid that with this site plan. And as you can see, where we're proposing to install those new parking spaces is outside of that area. Mr. Gandera wants to continue to be a good neighbor. He wants to ensure that everything that he's doing does not conflict with the airport and the functions of the airplanes in the area. And so that's why we've selected this location, because it actually satisfies Meadow Lake Airport Association's request.
Commissioner Weissel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Curiosity question. The taxiway, the darkest color, kind of right, would be upward from where the parking is.
Yeah.
That is an active taxiway, correct?
If you are referring to this portion, is
Yes.
that what you're referencing?
Yes.
That is not. So it's important to remember that what is platted and legal and what has been officially recorded reflects taxiways. The official plat for this area, so this is their lot, shows that there's a taxiway here. There is not a taxiway on the other side. So if anybody is utilizing that area as a taxiway, they are not legally doing so.
Man, I wish these were overlaid, because you're showing in yellow there is a
Oh, they
taxiway.
are. Let me show you again. So I just wanted to go back to this to show you that this is the official recorded. So this is what's legal. And then I have overlaid it here. So that same taxiway that I was just highlighting on the plat, that's this here. So his parking is 100% outside of any legal taxiway and outside of the Meadow Lake Airport Association's 125 feet.
So if you
So
were
they're in full compliance.
if you were on the other side of E and F, is that not hangar space? So how do you get to the runway?
Commissioner, I understand that people may be utilizing it in that fashion, but it is not a legal use from what's recorded and what's legal. It is not a legal use.
Okay.
If you also recall, the LLC, that would be the ones utilizing this area that you're indicating maybe should be a taxiway, but is not legally. They all voted on this and were in support, so they didn't feel as though his parking would infringe on their ability to utilize the area.
Okay.
Okay, any additional questions? Did you have more to
I
your
didn't.
rebuttal?
That was it. I just wanted to, since that letter was submitted, I wanted to make sure you all knew that we took it seriously and we did look at it.
Okay. Okay, so with no additional questions, I will ask if we have any final questions for staff at this time. It looks like none, and so I'll bring it up here for discussion or a motion. Vice Chair Williams.
I would move the variance of use for approval with one additional condition. The variance of use is limited to Pro-Trans Plus located in units E and F and shall not run with the land, as proposed by the Planning Department.
As proposed by the applicant.
I'm sorry, as proposed by the applicant. Okay, got it. I wasn't going to add the parking one in there. I think that that's a self-limitation.
Okay. That has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Are there any additional comments at this time?
Oh, I just want clarity on the motion. So the applicant did provide some additional conditions, but you're saying we're only going to approve the one condition of it's limited to the specific business?
If Joe can come down, it's my understanding that the applicant is also, so the variance of use is limited to Pro-Trans Plus and shall not run with the land, was one that the applicant, I guess, recommended to the planning department. The planning department accepted. I'm just not so sure on the daily trips to not exceed 10, because I gathered that was the applicant's self-limitation. And
Do we want to ask if the applicant is asking for that to be an official or if it's just a self?
Yes, I didn't think that she had indicated that it was going to be a proposed condition.
Commissioner Williams, I can kind of explain that a little bit more. Again, for the record, Joseph Letke. There's a new condition before you regarding eliminate the approval to just the pro-trans, and then items regarding parking and traffic. That relates to one of the conditions that is specific to variance of uses, that they must follow what is submitted to the planning department in terms of a site plan, as well as within the letter of intent. So what's on their site plan contains that information regarding parking and trips and general square footage of the variance. To include all of those items as individual conditions would not be very organized. So that way we just wrap it all, that references the letter of intent, and then it references that site plan, and that site plan has a key with that included information, if that makes sense.
Is the site plan recorded, or is that just within your planning documents?
That is within EDARP.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask our clerk if the motion as made is sufficient for the condition, and we don't need to add anything to the motion to also have it recorded as was stated by planning.
I think the motion is sufficient. I would ask the planner if in the revised resolution that was provided, is that condition that Commissioner Williams is asking to be added already in there, or that will be an additional condition to the revised resolution?
Commissioner Williams, I guess my intent was that that condition is really already met, as I don't have the exact number of the condition, but it refers to the site plan. So if you were to add an additional condition limiting the trips, it would be doubled up essentially.
Okay, on the trips, and then on the unit E and F should not, and the variance of use is limited to that. Is that in the motion that's in our packet for approval?
I believe so. That extra condition that was
Okay.
elected by the applicant is in your most updated resolution.
In the revised resolution.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Yes.
you were saying you were fine not limiting the trips, right? But that's already tied into.
Well, the trips are limited in the site plan, which is in the EDARP file. I don't want to get so much into the minutia in the motion or the resolution that's recorded. Because that's already been self-limited in the site plan by the owner. And so I would like to keep the resolution overall just fairly clean.
Got it.
Okay, so it sounds like we're getting a head nod from our clerk that motion does do exactly what you intended. So I think that's good. So I think we're ready to move forward with any additional comments at this time. Commissioner Weissel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just still very stuck on the fact that we've got a very clear general aviation overlay. And we've heard a whole bunch of stuff back and forth. And I'm just really troubled that we're making a motion to approve a variance when it's still not clear to me, but I'll just leave it at that.
Commissioner Nelson?
So given that we have this general aviation overlay, but there is a mechanism to provide a variance, and that's the criteria we have here that we are evaluating if we would grant this variance. And I am finding it difficult to not grant the variance. I don't see reasons in these criteria to not do so. I actually agree that there is a exceptional practical difficulty or undue hardship, given that they have been operating for so many years in this space. And so they meet that criteria for approval of a variance. And it does seem to be harmonious with the character of the area and will not infringe upon the health, safety, or welfare of other inhabitants or businesses or the airport functioning. So I'll just leave it at those two. I think that all of the other criteria for approval are also met.
Commissioner Williams?
And I think that this is where I come to an advantage here of what I've started to call myself as a senior commissioner with 7 years. I know we've approved other variances in this location. And so I'm trying to treat all of the Meadow Lake Airport files that I've seen over the past 6 years in the same fashion. And so I know some of the others, I couldn't name them specifically, that we have approved. I will agree with you, Commissioner Weissong, it is a very tough area to decide what to do. Very confusing. But I know that what I have voted for in the past, and I want to remain consistent with that.
Because this is in my district, I do just want to add a few comments as well. Appreciate the comments from my fellow commissioners, particularly the focus on the criteria for Commissioner Nelson, and appreciate Commissioner Williams making the motion. I too find that, that's the intent of the variance process, that we can't just say, well, we have an overlay, and so because we have an overlay, we won't do anything. That's why we have a process. The applicant has a right to ask for a variance from that process, and we have the responsibility and duty to compare what is presented here at this hearing today with the criteria for approval. And so doing so, I also find that it does meet the criteria. And I think the additional voluntary things from the applicant really show that they are working hard to make sure that this does remain a safe part of the airport. I think one of the pieces of information that was really important here is that businesses that are in this area, it's a very small airport, and I can understand why there's not enough business to rely on, and to say that it can only serve those airplanes. I think, and I really appreciate our planning staff. I understand that some of these things are gray areas. That's why we have an elected body that looks at those and has to make those hard choices. But in particular, when I start thinking about airport uses and I think about those things like restaurants or different things that I've experienced on even very small airports, they don't limit them completely. So I struggle with even feeling 100% certain that this does need a variance. But again, I understand staff sees a gray area, and that's why we're here, to do that work. So for me, not only does it meet this criteria, but it already to me makes a lot of sense that it is supportive of the airport, and so it would be hard to be detrimental to the airport while it's supporting it. So with that, I just wanted to add my comments, as this is in my district, and I care that this airport continues to thrive. It is a very unique location, and we have a lot of unique programs going out there, and I don't think that this puts it in jeopardy. So with that, I will just ask for one more opportunity for comments, and if not, we'll be ready to take a vote. Okay, I'll begin with Commissioner Weissong.
No.
Commissioner Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-1. Although I know you're very excited, we try to hold our applause in this building so that we can get through things quickly. Thank you. I'm just going to ask quickly if we need a break before the next item, or are we ready to proceed? Okay, I think we're going to take a quick 10-minute recess. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We are on item 10. Before I let the clerk read that into the record, I just do want to kind of give a bit of a warning. We are getting close to the lunch hour. We're going to try to get through some of this, but we will need to take a lunch break at some point, and I'm sure you all would like to do that as well. So just be aware that we will kind of base it on just how things are going in the hearing and when we get to a point that makes sense to take that time. And I will let the clerk read item 10.
Item number 10 is a map amendment rezoning, Hidden Creek Estates rezone, a request by 3405 Hay Creek for approval of a map amendment rezoning of a portion of a parcel totaling 3.54 acres from RR5 residential rural to RR 2.5 residential rural. The property is located on Hay Creek Road and approximately 1.5 miles west of the intersection of Hay Creek Road and Baptist Road. The item was heard as a regular item at the December 18th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting and was recommended for approval with a vote of 7-1. At the hearing, 12 neighbors spoke in opposition to the project, citing concerns about maintaining the 5-acre density in the area, compatibility with surrounding properties, and the lack of safety to adding additional residents in an area with one way in and out. Parcel number 71330-07025, Commissioner District Number 3, File P24013, Joe Letke, Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Please proceed.
Hello, Commissioners. Again, my name is Joseph Letke. For the record, I'll be presenting today the Hidden Creek Estates rezone and final plat. This is project P2413 for the rezone, and then SF253 for the final plat. Daniel Torres was your principal review engineer for this project. He is present today to answer any engineering-related items. Next, Commissioners, I know I've presented this 2 times today. This is going to be my third. Again, the hearing procedures, there's a presentation, after which we do move on to public comments. There's a rebuttal by the applicant. We move to questions for staff. And then finally, the rezone and the final plat. The final determination for approval will be made by the Board of County Commissioners, our elected officials here today. So that request is for an approval of a map amendment or rezoning and a final plat. The subject property is 28.54 acres and is located on Hay Creek Road. The proposal is to create 6 single-family residential lots, with lots 2 through 6 being served by a private road. The current zoning for this parcel is RR5. However, the rezoning application is applicable to Lot 2, specifically 3.54 acres. To add context to this, the entire parcel is not being rezoned. Only Lot 2, which will be in a lot size configuration of 3.54 acres. And the reason for that is the RR5 has a lot size minimum of 5 acres. The RR 2.5 permits lots that are 2.5 acres and greater, which would enable the configuration of the final plat. Again, the total parcel size is 28.54 acres, which doesn't permit for the development of 6 lots if remaining in the RR5. Summary of Planning Commission. 2 requests were heard as regular items on December 18th, 2025. The discussion that was held was regarding fire access, the floodplain, compatibility, and did result in a recommendation for approval passing with a 7-1 vote. The one dissenting Planning Commission member stated he did not hear sufficient justification for the reduced lot size. Madam Chair and Board, I appreciate that you are hyper familiar with this approval criteria. However, the next 4 slides, I ask the members of the audience to please take a look at this, as these are how the decisions today are being made. This next slide is the final plat approval criteria. My next slide, I want to give spatial context to where this proposed development is located. And I'm going to start from the north to the south, or from the top to the bottom of my map. At the very top in the north, we have the Forest Lakes residential development, high density suburban. As we move down south, we do see the Center Ice subdivision, which was approved by the board in 2024. As we move farther down south on Hay Creek Road, we do have the subject property that is pinned. To the right, or to the east, we have the Hay Creek Ranch subdivision and planned unit development. Lots within this development range from 4 to 7 acres. And then farther down to the south, we look at the Hay Creek Valley subdivision, approved in 2024. Farther down south, we do have the United States Air Force Academy. Again, I just have kind of written context of what I just stated, but I do want to mention just some recent subdivision approvals within the area that include north of the property, Center Ice subdivision, and then to the south, the Hay Creek Valley subdivision. And then of course, farther down to the south is United States Air Force Academy. Madam Chair, I know this is a little atypical to include an exhibit of the plat, but due to a lot of citizen involvement during these hearing processes, I wanted to kind of break down what is being proposed here and to ensure that there's full understanding of this application. So again, I'm going to start from the north to the south, from the top of the page to the bottom, to explain elements of this subdivision. Lot 2, which is on the right, is the area that's subject to the rezoning request. The rezoning to RR 2.5 allows for lots 2.5 and greater. The proposal is Lot 2 be 3.54 acres. To the left or to the west, Lot 1 contains an existing historic access. As we move down, we see the snaking private roadway, which ends in a bulb. In that beginning roadway area is a floodplain, 100-year floodplain, no build. That's what those kind of cross hatches and etchings are within that area. We go down a little bit farther to the south, there is an access easement. And then farther down, that is a open space, no build. So to provide an example, if you were to be a homeowner or a lot buyer of Lot 6, you would construct your home in the blank area that's farthest to the south. And then you would construct a road to the access easement, east to the bulb, connecting to that private road up north to Hay Creek Road. And finally, we have to the south, there's a no build area that's defined as SS, or steep slope. And that concludes my slide here on really all the elements of this plat. Next section I'm going to address is Land Development Code 8.4.4D1, maximum number of lots on a dead-end road. Lot 1 has historical access, pre-subdivision regulations. Lot 2 is defined as a corner lot, which I will read. A corner lot is not counted in the maximum number of lots on a dead-end road when the fire department determines that there's an adequate emergency access is provided to the corner lot by an alternative road. Lots 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be fronting and taking access from a proposed private roadway. The maximum number of lots fronting and taking access from a dead-end road is 25. Then to the right, I did include the exact citation of that code section, as well as Chapter 1, the definitions of those specific phrases, access and frontage. My next slide goes over the dimensional standards, comparing the current RR5 zoning with the proposed RR 2.5. Again, for that Lot 2, the main component, of course, is the lot size minimum, but also there's a change in the site setback requirement. Master plan identifies this property as within the large lot residential. Some key components of this is that there is a PUD, the Hay Creek Ranch. PUD that was approved in 2002, contains development guidelines that permits lots 2.5 acres or greater. And this place type does have an emphasis on conservation design which was considered in the final plat application through no-build areas, creating a buffer around that 100-year floodplain area. Area of change designation is minimal change developed. Some quick analysis is that master plan recommends that these key sites are likely to see increased infill and redevelopment. However, this development should remain within the overall character of the area. Given that the proposal is for large lots 3.54 and 5 acres in size, the application is generally consistent with the existing area and minimal change developed area of change. Property is located within a key area is defined as the Tri-Lakes area, as the property is south of the town of Monument, it's north of the Air Force Academy, and it's located southeast of the town of Palmer Lake. During the county review, stakeholder review process, the United States Air Force Base was provided this application to make comments, and there is a letter from them within your packets that I know has been provided to you. I want to emphasize that they have requested an navigation easement due to the proximity of the airport, and as requested, the applicant did follow through, and this request has been resolved. Water master plan. With subdivision applications, there's 2 key regulations that are reviewed during this process. The state of Colorado has a 100-year water sufficiency finding, and El Paso, excuse me, El Paso County has a 300-year water sufficiency finding that's reviewed by staff and the county attorney's office. Both of those regulations have been fulfilled, and I did include some relevant goals of the master plan to this project. At this point, for some of the engineering slides, I'm going to turn it over to Daniel Torres.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I believe it's afternoon now. Madam Chair. Daniel Torres with Department of Public Works. In terms of drainage, the property is located within a floodplain Zone A. The floodplain administrator did require a floodplain permit for any development within the floodplain, and a less than 6-inch rise certification letter was provided by the applicant as required by the floodplain administrator due to the minimal impact of the crossing at the floodplain. The development is within a fee basin. Those fees would be collected at plat recordation. Drainage report was submitted. Permanent water quality is not required per our criteria due to an exception due to the large lot nature of the subdivision. Additionally, it's less than 1 acre of disturbance is proposed by the development. There is a box culvert that is proposed at that floodplain crossing, hence the need for the floodplain permit. The drainage report identified that there was a negligible increase in overall stormwater to the site and would not adversely affect any of the downstream properties. Any questions in terms of drainage?
Don't see any at this time.
In terms of transportation, access is provided via the private road. It is to be owned and maintained by the property owners. It is not intended to be used by the public. Traffic study was not required as it meets our criteria for not providing a traffic study due to the minimal traffic impacts. Shoulder improvements are proposed at that access to help get some of that traffic that's turning into the private driveway out of the ongoing traffic. 15-foot of right-of-way preservation is also being provided along Hay Creek, and the development is subject to the road impact fee. Any questions in terms of traffic?
I don't see any at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then lastly, hearing notification for the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners meeting today was sent out by the Planning Community Development Department on December 4th to 11 surrounding property owners. There was also a notice of public hearing posted in the Gazette newspaper. And lastly, the applicant did post public hearing posters on the property, making neighbors aware of this public hearing. Board, or is there any questions I can answer for you today?
Any questions from commissioners at this time? Okay. All All right, with that, it looks like we are ready for the applicant.
Nina Reese with Vertex Consulting. Looks like it's that one. Okay. So again, this is a request for a rezone of 3.54 acres to the RR 2.5 zone district and a final plat for 6 lots, including a private road and the associated waivers that go along with that private road. As Mr. Leckie mentioned, the rezone only applies to Lot 2. So it is not the entire subdivision. We are talking about one of the 6 total lots, and the lot size proposed is 3.54 acres. So the applicant is not proposing to maximize out his density to 2.5 acres as a whole, or even for this one parcel. His goal is to be consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, which that 3.5 acres is. Looking at the proposed subdivision, it does include a private road, and to go along with that, there is a request for a waiver of a private road not meeting county standards, and then also some of the lots not having frontage onto a county roadway or public roadway. There's also a 100-year floodplain, which is shown as no build. That's a county requirement that you show floodplains as no build. What is not a requirement that the applicant is proposing to ensure that this area remain consistent and compatible with the surrounding area is that additional conservation and aesthetic no-build preservation area that you see. The property owner is actually conservationist himself. He believes strongly that it's important to maintain your own property and to take good care of your property and be a good steward of the land. And he knows that this particular drainage way and the vegetation that goes along with that and the animals that might go through that area is very important, and he doesn't want to see anyone build homes close to that area. So he's adding a self-imposed condition that this would remain no build in order to have a lesser impact on this particular property and then also the area as a whole. In the back, there's also steep slope that he is showing as no build. One thing you may or may not know is that that's not necessarily a requirement. There's ways to engineer around having steep slope, but he wants to leave the property as natural as possible, which is why he's choosing to show it as no build. The Planning Commission did recommend approval. They did have quite a bit of discussion, and in the conclusionary statements, several of them identified that they did struggle with this application, but in the end, they felt as though all of the review criteria was met. Specifically, they thought that the proposed rezone and subdivision was compatible with the adjacent PUD. They felt that although there were some concerns voiced by others, all requirements related to fire and evacuation were satisfied, and by Monument Fire having no objection or concern, that further proved that there was no issue there. In the end, they felt as though all review criteria was satisfied, and so they voted yes. Oh, looks like some of my highlights got messed up. My apologies for that. So I just wanted to bring up a few of those closing statements. Mr. Schupeltz was the one that specifically brought up the PUD that's adjacent, and he brought up the fact that if this were brought forward as a PUD, no one would even be talking about the one single lot that's lesser than 5 acres. And then Mr. Carlson also agreed that, there's a lot of review that's done by others, including the fire department. And the fire department really is the one that's charged with responding in the event of an emergency. So they should know better than anyone. I know that these types of applications can be very emotional, so I'm going to try to just stick to each specific criteria and hit all of the criteria to try to keep things black and white. So the first criteria has to do with master plan conformance. And as you heard from Mr. Letke and as you read within the staff report, staff agrees that this application is in conformance with the county master plan. I'll go through each one of these just briefly. So for the key areas within the Tri-Lakes key area, so this discusses that this Tri-Lakes area also serves as a place of residence for many who commute to work in the Denver metropolitan area. It also states that future development in this area should align with the existing character and strengthen the residential, and then it goes on to say some additional land uses. But we absolutely feel as though this proposed development is in line with the existing character. The area of change is minimal change developed. It includes that it may include isolated pockets of vacant or underutilized land. This property is 28.54 acres and currently has one dwelling on the property, which the applicant resides in and will continue to reside in after the application is hopefully approved. They have no intention of selling. So absolutely, this 28 acres with one home is an underutilized piece of property. And again, it discusses that the overall character should be maintained. The place type, it's large lot residential, which does recommend 2.5 acre or larger lots. Again, they are not maximizing that lot size. They're keeping the 3.54 acres. So they're not going down to the lowest, but even if they were to do 2.5 acres, the master plan would support that. As Mr. Letke stated, all statutory requirements have been satisfied, so that's essentially the notice requirements. Criteria 3, the proposed land use or zone district is compatible with the existing and permitted land uses and zone districts in all directions. The Land Development Code does include a definition for compatible. I won't read the whole entire definition there, but I wanted to point out that compatibility does not mean the same as. I wanted to also point out that the definition includes some elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures. I'll cover that later on in the presentation. So when we look at compatibility and if this one single 3.54 acre that's being proposed is compatible with the surrounding area, so we're just talking lot size at this point, you will notice that there are several other properties within the immediate vicinity that are less than 5 acres in size. So absolutely 3.54 acres could be considered compatible lot size with the surrounding area. Immediately adjacent is the PUD zone district, and I want to kind of zoom in on this aspect because the PUD is immediately adjacent. So within this PUD, there are several parcels that are less than 5 acres in size. There are a total of 5 that are less than 5 acres in size. This proposed development is 3.54 acres. We are talking about one single lot that is less than 5 acres in size, whereas this PUD has 5. So absolutely, from a compatibility standpoint, it is compatible. If we think of land uses and the potential land uses and compare the RR5 zone district to the RR 2.5 zone district, the Land Development Code permitted uses are essentially the same for the two zone districts. If you look at the purpose statement within the Land Development Code, the purpose statement of these two zone districts is also exactly the same, with the exception being the lot size. So from a land use perspective, and permitted use perspective, these two zone districts are compatible. Looking at dimensional standards, because if you recall, that definition of compatibility did talk about bulk, height, and size limitations. So if you look at the two zone districts in the dimensional standards, you'll notice that there are only 3 differences. The lot size again, the side setback, which is 15 feet, which will only impact one single property owner, which that one single property owner that would be impacted, I believe, is here to testify in favor. So no issues there. And then the last one is the maximum lot coverage. Well, the RR 2.5 zone district does not have a maximum coverage. I will let you know that the drainage report that's associated with the platting of this lot actually has a maximum coverage of 10. So it would be less than the RR 5 zone district. I already covered the uses, so I won't go over this again, but the RR 5 and RR 2.5 uses are essentially the same. So as I started with, I want to make sure that we are sure to stick specifically to the criteria. So for the rezone criteria, we have identified and provided evidence that this application for the rezone, the 3.54 acres, is in compliance with the master plan. All statutory provisions have been met, and it is 100% compatible with the existing and permitted land uses and zone districts in all directions. And lastly, we've identified that the site is suitable for the intended use and can meet all of the Chapter 5 requirements. Are there any questions about the rezone and the rezone criteria?
Any questions from commissioners at this time?
Okay, thanks. So now I'll move on to the final plat. So I already provided the overview. The one thing that I wanted to, actually a couple things that I just wanted to add here is in regards to the private road. So the private road was reviewed by the fire department, and they are in full support of the design of the private road and this road being private as well. They have provided letters to that effect, as well as comments within EDARP stating that, you know, they have no issue, they can respond, they don't have concerns. This property with the no build area is comprised of 52% total. So over half of this area that's proposed to be final plat is within a no build. So he has done a significant amount of potential mitigation, visually speaking, and then also for the environment to ensure that his proposed development won't have an impact on those. We already covered the master plan. I won't go into any additional detail here because most of that is the same as the rezone that I just covered. The one thing that I would just add in here has to do with that additional no build area as it pertains to the master plan. The master plan does recommend that for the Tri-Lakes Key area, you do preserve open space areas and do cluster type development. So that's another way that this application is in conformance with the master plan. I have several slides regarding consistency with the purposes of the Land Development Code. I know this hearing has already been long and that's included within your packet, so I'm not going to go through each one of those specifically unless there are any questions or concerns regarding consistency with the purposes of the Land Development Code. So number 3, the subdivision is consistent with the subdivision design standards and any approved sketch plan. There is no sketch plan for this area. All RR5 and RR 2.5 dimensional standards can be met. All reports that were submitted to El Paso County have been reviewed by others. The county has also reviewed the application based upon the subdivision design standards, and every single one of those standards have been met with the exception of the requested waivers associated with the private road. Sufficient water supply has been acquired. You'll see that within your packet, there's a letter from both the state and the county attorney's office recommending that sufficiency has been acquired. A public sewage disposal system has been established. We are proposing on-site wastewater treatment system, which is septic systems. The soils and geology reports were submitted to El Paso County, to the Health Department, and to Colorado Geologic Survey. Every single review agency has identified that they don't have any issues or concern, and that all of these lots can be served by the septic systems. All areas of the proposed subdivision which may involve soils or topographic conditions presenting hazards or requiring special precautions have been identified, and the proposed subdivision is compatible with such conditions. Again, our soils and geology report was reviewed by the county, health department, and CGS. Nobody has any additional concerns. We did identify those steep slope areas in the floodplain areas as no build. And then there's an additional note on the plat letting people know that perimeter drains may be required depending on where you build. Adequate drainage improvements complying with state law and other requirements of this code and ECM are provided by the design. The drainage report has been approved by the county, so that means this criteria absolutely has been met. 8, the location and design of the public improvements proposed in connection with the subdivision are adequate to serve the needs and mitigate the effects of development. 9, legal and physical access is or will be provided to all parcels by public rights of way or recorded easement acceptable to the county in compliance with this code and ECM. The private roadway that's being proposed was reviewed by El Paso County and was reviewed by the fire department as well. There are no issues or concerns with this roadway as far as responding to emergencies. This road being able to be constructed and be utilized by homeowners as well. And as you can see on the plat, there is legal and physical access via easements. So 8 and 9 have been satisfied. 10, the proposed subdivision has established an adequate level of compatibility by, and there's a big, huge, long list there. I won't read all of them. Some of them don't necessarily apply, such as bike and pedestrian traffic. So let me just go to the next slide for the area that does apply. So over 15 acres, 52% of this area has been preserved as open space through that floodplain area, conservation and aesthetic preservation area, and steep slope. Lots 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all a minimum of 5 acres, which is what the RR5, which is the underlying existing zone district, allows for. And lot 2, which is the only lot that is subject to the prior rezone, is of comparable size and compatible size to the adjacent PUD. So if we look back at the criteria and we look and see, have we established an adequate level of compatibility through this design? Absolutely, we have. There's a significant benefit as well to having a private road versus a public road when you look at compatibility as well. The county roadway standards require quite a wide road because they're meant for, not just one-way traffic, but two-way traffic in and out. This small cul-de-sac allows for a 20-foot wide area. So visually that has a lesser impact when you're driving by. Another great thing about this private road versus a public road is that the private road allows for that crossing, that floodplain crossing, to be smaller. So that means that the impact to the floodplain is minimized, which is why we were able to do that no rise that identified the floodplain would increase by less than a centimeter, so extremely insignificant. as I said before, this area, the floodplain area, is a significant natural feature, and it's an area that should be preserved. So the private road versus public road allows for that area to remain natural and to have the least amount of disturbances possible. So it's actually a benefit to not only this property owner, but others in the area to have private versus public. 11 necessary services, including police and fire protection, recreation, utilities, open space and transportation systems, are or will be available to serve the proposed subdivision. As I said before, Tri-Lakes Monument Fire has reviewed the application. They have provided several letters at this point identifying that they have no objection to the subdivision as a whole, no objection to the roadway. They can respond, they will respond. There's no issue or concern. There's a significant amount of open space being provided with this subdivision. Access is being provided by a private road, and it meets all of the fire apparatus turning radii requirements. There's a finding of sufficient water. Mountain View and Black Hills Energy have also provided commitment. So, criteria number 11 has been satisfied. 12, the subdivision provides evidence to show that the proposed methods for fire protection comply with Chapter 6 of the code. The applicant went through the effort of doing a fire mitigation plan, and he has included notes identifying that mitigation will occur and will continue to occur as others move into the area. The mitigation includes mowing of the grass, ensuring that the tree crowns have a 10-foot separation, and then also separating the Gamble oak into clumps versus them being one large grove. Again, Tri-Lakes area has reviewed this plan as well, doesn't have any issues with it. The Forest Service has no issues with it either. I will also add that there's a new code that I'm sure you're probably aware of that is going to be in place sometime next year. It's anticipated maybe June of next year. We actually went as far as to add plat notes, ensuring that that new code, this subdivision, is in compliance with that new code. So not only are they meeting the requirements of today, but they're also meeting the requirements that may come into place in June. 13, the proposed subdivision meets other applicable sections of chapters 6 and 8 of the code. It does, with the exception of those waivers. If it did not, you would have heard from your staff that there are areas that we haven't addressed, and they would have identified. So this is just an overview of all of that criteria. I'm not going to go over it again, but as you just heard, we went through each and every criteria painfully and identified how we have satisfied each and every one of the criteria. I understand that land use can be very emotional at times, but I know you already know this. You all know that your job is to look at this criteria and this criteria alone. So I thought we would just put this up here more so for maybe those in the audience. I was going to have the property owner come down, but I'm going to go through the waiver criteria really quick before I have him come down. So the proposed waiver is simply because we're requesting a private road versus a public road. It's specifically for lots 3, 4, 5, and 6 because they do not have frontage onto a public roadway. It's just through the private road. And then lot 1, I think I failed to mention this. So lot 1, there is an existing dwelling on lot 1 that will remain. The property owner lives there today. He will continue to live there. So that's why you'll see that he's put so much care and thought into this application because he does live there. So if we look at the specific waiver review criteria, so the waiver does not have the effect of nullifying the intent and purpose of this code. The intent and purpose of the code as it pertains to access to ensure that there's safe legal access. Numerous reviews have been completed to make sure that access is safe. By including the access within an easement depicted on the plat, it is also legal, so that criteria has been satisfied. The waiver will not result in the need for additional waivers. It hasn't, which is why there are no additional waivers today. The granting of the waiver will not be detrimental to public health, safety, welfare, or injurious to other property. The private road allows for safe travel by the owners of these lots as well as emergency responders. This roadway is not intended to be for the benefit of anybody else other than those within this subdivision. The design of the road meets all fire requirements. And in fact, I would actually go as far as to say that it being a private road is a safer condition in this particular instance than it being a county road. As you all know, the county has a limited budget, and that budget gets approved every year on an annual basis. If there's an emergency that comes up, it's a lot harder for the county to find funds in order to do repairs versus this private road where they will continuously maintain a fund. So if something happens to the road, they've already got money stashed away so that they can do improvements to the road. The conditions upon which the request for a waiver is based are unique to the property for which the waiver is sought and are not applicable to other properties. This is proposed for just these 5 individuals. It's also unique that there would be a floodplain crossing as well. Our particular non-economical hardship to the owner would result from strict application of this code. This isn't related to economics at all. This is simply related to the property owner living on the property and wanting to make sure that the roadway, as designed, is a safe road, but also has the least amount of impact to the land. The waiver will not in any manner vary the zoning provisions. It hasn't. The proposed waiver is not contrary to any portions of the master plan. It's absolutely not, as you heard from your staff and then heard from me as well. The application is in full compliance with the master plan. So with that, I would like to bring the property owner down for some closing statements.
James Hull. I live 3405 Hay Creek Road, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to directly address you as the owner. After Joe and Nina, I likely don't have tons and tons to add, but I'll do my best. I would first of all just wanted to say that we're here to follow the county process for subdivision and to accept your decisions. You have more expertise, experience, and perspective than I would. Recognize the legal requirements that you're under, and whether it's approved or disapproved, we recognize it's not personal for us. And so we hope that we and everyone else is here to yield to this process. My wife and I moved in approximately 25 years ago. And all of our children, 5, were born and presently live there. And we have no plans to depart. And I think I say that because it is a true privilege to be in this valley. We do care for the people. I think on occasion some of them might care for us. We'll see after this. But it's an excellent group of people. And we're just thankful to be there. I did want to add, as a result of that we did seek to reach out to individuals. We talked to numerous individuals individually. During the summer, I think Deb would remember the exact dates. I don't remember them exactly, but we spoke with the 2 individuals that led sort of the charge against the previous development, the Hay Creek Valley development. And they headed that up. We had them into our home along with other couples. And we had a good long-spirited conversation, partly which was specifically for, if there's anybody else, you all are the heads, you're the ones that are running out, please do encourage them to get in touch with us. We did also, I called the individual who runs the email in the area, And everyone is on that email. It seems like it's a whole lot better than signage. And I encouraged her also and said very directly, if there's anybody that would like to call us, they're more than welcome to do that. So we did seek to do that as well. Just wanted to very quickly talk about a couple of general things. And it seems to me that a lot of the antagonism is coming from a more of a myopic approach as opposed to a holistic approach when you look at some of these things. And this is a very simple analogy, but we have to deal with fire. And when there's fire involved, we get rid of the flammability of the plants and we get rid of everything that's there. When it's the flood that the problem is, we wish that all of those things actually were there. And so it's that dichotomy that we're working with all the way through. Ingress and egress was another comment that they had made. And once again, it's the same. Many times we think we're pushing on one positive thing, but generally there can also be a negative one too. And the positive, of course, is we love ingress and egress. I think that's an exceptional thing. It's critical in a fire area like this. We also do appreciate the very fact that we have privacy. I, for one, and a number of others are with me too, I love the sign when we drive onto Hay Creek Road that says dead end, because you can't see one house on the way up and people just don't come up. And so we have the walkability, we have horses, we can ride, all those sorts of things occur because we have that security. And I hope that you all have had opportunity maybe to go up and drive the egress if you had any questions. But it's up on the top, there's some gravel roads, there's some curvy roads. Once you get below Green Mountain, that's basically a rifle barrel. And as far as egress goes, our most dangerous part of that is we have 5 kids and people like to go by our house at a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit at 50 to 60 miles an hour. It's a pretty clean run. But 4 simple points that I did want to make. The first is a comment on density itself. The original lot, it's still listed on the county records. If you look it up, it's 30.5 acres. And it basically has been divided into 3 chunks. And I gave it this word, I don't know if it's right or not, but it's basically a hybrid 5-acre development. We thought this through long and hard, and I believe fully that this is a 5-acre average development. And here's why. The 2.5 acre is only one lot. It was not something in any way that we wanted. It was the process that we needed to go through, and we did accept it. But it's basically in 3 chunks. Our lot corners are across north of Hay Creek Road. Their corners are still there. There are no corners on the south side. It's drawn in lines up here. At some point, maybe that will happen. But that was the original size of the parcel. And what happened then is, according to surveyors, they call it a take. I don't know exactly, but the right-of-way has been provided to the county, and in fact has been provided to the neighborhood. And it's 1.5 acres. It's a lot of ground. That's 6 lots inside of Colorado Springs. And so that provision has been made by this property, and that's where that 3.5-acre lot comes from. So we have this roadway, which was a part of our property. We have the 3.5-acre parcel, and then we have the rest, which are 5-acre parcels. And if you take those 2, the math isn't too hard to say, and the 3.5 person sort of gets the short end of the stick. But the nice thing about it is it's the very same thing that occurred at the development next door to us, is that at least what I'm familiar with, which is limited, but historically, when there's a take like that, you still maintain developable rights. Because they're taking ground. 1.5 acres at $2 a square foot is pretty expensive acreage, and nobody's buying it. And so what I've seen happens is that the county still allows fully, in remuneration for that, they fully allow that we should be able to have the original development rights. And so that's the reason that we've carried through with that. On the parcel next to us, identical to this parcel, it started out as 50 acres. And if you add up all the smaller lots, it does not equal 50 acres because, again, roadway was given and provided for the community and so forth. So that's really what we do feel. I feel that it's the idea of almost an eminent domain, but it's sort of I guess you could call it a congenial eminent domain. And instead of paying for ground, then you still maintain your rights as far as development goes. So that would be my first comment on number 1, is that we really do feel personally that it is an average 5-acre development and that there should not be any issues whatsoever in the future as far as this setting some kind of precedent. So that's the second one that I did want to speak to. The supposed negative influence on future development. First of all, the Board of County Commissioners and the county plans, and we were assured of this. It was a question that was asked during the Planning Commission, that every singular development is looked at as a singular development. And it's done so according to whatever you need to do it with, whatever requirements there are, and it doesn't necessarily influence it on that front. The elephant in the room, and I think this does need to be pointed out too for those that are here, is that the county master plan does include a 2.5 acre overlay. And I believe that has far more influence than any influence that we could possibly have on it. And so that sets the tone. It's not our property. And we did, what we tried to do is actually flip that around and set the tone we feel for a continued 5 acre direction in the valley, not a 2.5. And so I believe it's the opposite that we've really held true. We could have done 2.5 acres, obviously. It is conforming. It would have been far more valuable. We chose not to do it. The next thing is some comment on the waivers. I think originally when we think about a waiver, we think it's negative. And I believe Nina covered it pretty well. What we did do is that we did waivers for good reasons. They're not negative reasons. It initially doesn't sound good, but it provided creative ways for us to make the property better for everyone. As was stated regarding the PUD, we could have done 2.5s, we could have done a PUD, but there were a lot of limitations with the PUD. And so we decided to go this direction because even though we had a 2.5 acre lot, we had a lot more flexibility to provide open space and far less roads coming onto Hay Creek Road, driveways coming onto Hay Creek Road, and we were able to do things in a much better manner. The fourth and last is just a comment on fire. And I do not personally, and we do not, Lynette and I, my wife, in any way want to reduce, and I just want to say this right up front because I know it is a big issue, in any way reduce how critical and how dangerous that fire is, how important fire mitigation is. Those things are to state the obvious, obviously. But with everything, there's a risk and a return. And when every single one of us went into the valley, we made that, that's the way we looked at our homes. That's the way we looked at our property. We do that for every single house that we look at. There are good things and there are bad things. It's a risk and a return. And every neighborhood has benefits and it has drawbacks. Some are quiet and some are loud and some are new and old and some have crime and some have safety and some have natural beauty. Some have wildfires, some have earthquakes. There's all kinds of these issues that happen and it's just the fact. Some have better schools than others. I have a good friend in Florida. She is 2 lots away from the Gulf. In the first hurricane, recent hurricane, she lost everything but the foundation. They rebuilt. In the second hurricane, they lost the whole thing. And it's gone, and now they are rebuilding for a 3rd time without insurance, having no promise of insurance. And why do people do that kind of thing? It's because there are other things that are important to them, like the quiet and the views and other things. And so we're willing sometimes to recognize that there are dangers and to mitigate them properly. But if we're ultimately fearful of them, then we probably should think of another thing like moving out or something like that. So we want to recognize what fire is like. We want to be careful with it, and we want to do what we can to do it. This project, and I think it was referred to somewhat by Mr. Letke as well as Nina, we really feel that we've led the way and set the tone for fire mitigation. It's not the opposite in any way. And so we're hoping to lead the way by way of example. And what we did is we took steps to ensure that the subdivision and future owners were properly mitigated. Requirement, a lot of these plat notes are in there. We have the highest fire mitigation requirements, Nina mentioned that, of any development so far. We were the very first one under scrutiny, and it frankly took a long time to get through it because everybody was trying to figure out exactly what we needed to do. And as she mentioned, the fire department can respond appropriately. And we have further plat notes that limit structure size, actually require sprinkling, hard-sided structures, depending on the size of it. And so we've done every single one of those things. The last with egress, I did want to talk about just briefly. We really like the rural feel of the area. The people that have been there for a long, long time, their favorite time period altogether has been when it was a single lane, a dirt road, in and out. And they had privacy. They loved the privacy. And there are so many of us that still do. We don't want people just coming through for various reasons. Some people have talked about 2 points of access, and it's a personal preference. I realize that. But if you really drive it, and you drive many of the others that are up against the mountains, I think you'll get a feel for the safety as much as we can give it of that area. And so that's been their favorite. We still I had a discussion with one of the neighbors up the valley just recently. He was in full agreement. One of our comments was, it's not as easy to walk as it used to be, or to ride the horses, or to ride the bikes. And that is an everyday thing. And so we would like to live without the added people, without the added crime. We had just a few years ago, we had people coming up and stealing all of our, stealing mail out of our mailboxes. And it used to be that the train crossed with the train crossing, and if you left, you'd have 8 or 10 minutes. You might have to sit there. And so everybody said, I'm not going to go up there and do anything because somebody might catch me. You can't get out. Well, some of those things are the fact of the matter. And I think we just have to look at a risk analysis and what we prefer. And we love living up there, and we're willing to take it, but we also want to, in every way, to mitigate it. So just in conclusion, our area is an amazing place to live. I think it's one thing that we all agree on in this room. And I think it's one of the reasons people are pushing back, because they love it. Some of the folks are good friends to us. Relationships are very important to us, and they're more important than a piece of dirt, to be frank with you. But I'd like to just conclude with this comment. If any of the commissioners see true issues with the project, if it's illegal in any way, if it's unprofessional, if it's non-conforming or non-compliant, even if it's somehow unprincipled or unscrupulous, we'll respect your vote. But, we feel like we've done the best that we can. One last comment is that we appreciate people, and I love the land. We won Conservationist of the Year for the state of Colorado a couple years ago. And I love land, but I love people too. And I appreciate being able to have individuals on our property if we decide to do that. And there's a lot of vacant space out there. We run on tens of thousands of acres with our cattle. And if you want to go look at it, there is a lot. And I wish that there was more here, and I wish that we could afford to live on more. I guess we could add that as well, but we are where we are. And with all the population pressure and so forth in this area, it is what it is. But we love the land, and we'd like to be able to include some other people in that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Are there any questions?
Okay, it looks like we have no questions at this time.
Thank you.
So this seems like a good time since we have finished both the staff and applicant presentation to go ahead and take our lunch break. So we are going to recess for about an hour and come back. So that puts us at 1:40 to come back and resume this meeting. So we are in recess. I will call this meeting back to order. Good afternoon. We are continuing with items 10 and 11, and we have completed the staff and applicant portions of the hearing, and we will be moving to the public input portion. And so we will begin that public input portion with those who are here to speak in support of this application. So if you are here to speak in support of this application, please come forward at this time.
Good afternoon. I would ask that if we wait just a minute to get a slide up of just the immediate vicinity before we begin the time.
Sorry, I'm going to just grab the presentation real quick. There we go.
Very much. Good afternoon, commissioners. One of these days I'd like to be able to say good morning, but it's always afternoon. I'm Matt Dunstan, lived in this area, northern El Paso County, my entire life. My wife Diana and I have 4 kids, Jeffrey, Mary, Jack, and Grace, and now a grandbaby. We're super thrilled. We are in the real estate and building business. But what I want to talk to you today is we are an adjacent owner, and in fact, we are the largest adjacent owner to the property, the lot that's the smaller lot among them. And if you look at the stars, you can kind of see, oh my goodness. Oh yeah, so we're just, anyway, we're the property just east of that. So we have the greatest contiguity. And that's where my son Jeffrey intends to live, and that's going to be his, at 25, I don't know if you can say it, but his forever home. So that's where Jeffrey's going to live. He bought that property and he's making some minor improvements to the house, and that's where he lives. And Jeffrey couldn't make it today. He has a minor eye infection in his right eye, so he asked me to show up, and I doubt I'll do as well as he could. But I think what he wanted to say was, Dad, he said, you know what I'd like you to say is just when I stand on my back deck and I look out, what I see if I look to the left is the development with the houses. And he said, that looks really, really nice. And when I look to the right, I see vacant land, and that looks good too, but he thinks it'll look even better with nice houses on it. And I was talking with my brother a little before that. He said, what are you up to today, Matt? And I was telling him, and he said, you know, just from a bird's eye perspective, there is so little land left to develop in northern El Paso County. And there's a lot of open space, a lot of national forest. USAFA has a big chunk of land that's very close to this as well. This is a really privileged piece of land, and I always think God put this land here. You know, anybody that flies in an airplane sees that there's a lot of vacant land. And so what we really need is land that's good for development and land where people can live. To me, that's the highest and best use for land. I'm in the business of providing homes and places for people to live. That's my instinct, that's my mindset. And I'm excited to see, you know, we have a almost 7 acre, Jeffrey's lot is almost, property is almost 7 acres. And I know that in that same subdivision, there's one that's 3.45. The small one that Jamie's doing is 3.5. There's a 3.45, and then there's a property just to the south of me that's 4.08 acres. And it has a smidge of contiguity with the smaller lot. And then I know that Kathy Couchman's going to be talking in a minute too, and she has the property to the north, a 40-acre piece, and she'll be speaking in support as well. But I would just say that the reason why we like this valley, we think it's quite special. We know northern El Paso County probably as well as anybody. I doubt there's anybody that knows it better than us. And we love this place. And like Jamie said, James Hull, we want to call it home too. My wife actually said she likes that more than where we now live. I was a little insulted, but I took it in stride. So we want to live there someday too, probably, depending on if Diana, whoever wins the discussion between Diana and me. But thanks for hearing me, and thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is going to speak in support of this application? Take your time on those stairs.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Kathy Couchman. I have the 40 acres across from Jamie. My husband and I built in 1982 when there was a dirt road, a train that was always getting us stuck. But we know that. That was our choice to live back there. And we've loved this place. And I lost my husband in 2020, and we loved all our neighbors. They've always been so kind. But my husband passed away. 1994, my house burnt, and they were there again for us. So I know what it's like to have a house burn. And I've worked with all these neighbors for so long. There's many I don't know now that came into the valley, and I welcome them all. But I lived there when it was a lot of pasture, and elk and deer and bear and all those wonderful things that we love about Colorado. Bob Delacrosse, who still has his ranch, knew him and his mom really well. Golden Struthers was a volunteer for me. I did a therapeutic riding program with Duncan and Michelle Bremer, which I still do. And we love the land. I would love to see it stay a complete ranch area, but I know that's not possible. But we can do it in a responsible way. I think that I care for all my neighbors, even though the ones I haven't met yet. We too, had the privilege of being able to buy into this place and to be good stewards of the land. And I'm standing here because Jamie and Lynette Hall have been incredible to me. This man loves the land. I would love to have neighbors all around me that love the land like this man loves the land. I learned a lot from him about how to keep it healthy. The state of Colorado has recognized this man and his conservation, different things that he's done. And I trust that he will have this for his family, but this is his land, just like my 40 acres is my land. And I will try to do as much as I can to keep it. I don't want to leave, even though, I have 11 grandchildren. They might want to come and be with me in sections. But the thing that saddens me and why I'm a little nervous is because I've never seen my neighbors like this ever. And we were involved with the Forest Lakes thing way back when. We all worked as a team. And it just really saddens me, all this animosity, because some of these people are wonderful people. And I know that they don't want that land cut up. But someone cut up their land. That's why they have their 5 acres or their 4 acres or their 3 acres. Someone did that. So I think we all need to be responsible for the land that we have, but it is our land. And with the due diligence that I've seen, because I was kind of out of this, I really didn't know quite what's going on. I was in Georgia with some of my grandkids. When I got home, I started reading all these emails. And it was a big shock to me a little bit, because I understand the concerns. I really do. They're really valid. But it looks like you've really done due diligence here with water and fire mitigation. And we're being developed all around us. I mean, it's something I know we can't stop, but we can do it responsibly if we all work together and share our hearts. And I just keep going back. It really saddens me because I love these neighbors. And the ones that I do know, I've known for a long time. But I'm kind of the oldie now there. 40 years in that valley, and I want to be there until I check out. So I just want to thank you for listening to me, and that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of this application? Okay, I see no one in the room, and we have no one online. So at this point, we will move to the opposition of those in opposition to this application. So if you are in opposition to this application and would like to speak, I would ask for you to come forward at this time. And again, just as a reminder, please make sure you sign in, state your name for the record.
So, my name is Harmon Zuckerman, and I'm an attorney. I'm pooling time with three other folks, Carol Coulter, Patricia Ellis, and Lee Fodor, who are here today.
Okay.
So if I can have 12 minutes, and also I got to figure out how to get my PowerPoint up.
Okay.
That wasn't too bad. Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Harmon Zuckerman, attorney for Zuckerman Legal LLC, and I'm speaking to you this morning as counsel for Ed and Renee Baer, who reside in El Paso County and who are opposed to the applications that are in front of you today. My client's position is that there's no precedent for 2.5 acre zoning along Hay Creek Road, and that there's no reason to approve a rezoning where there's no public benefit to doing so. Moreover, the proposed rezoning violates the county's master plan. As to the subdivision, it has 6 lots, and without the rezoning would only be allowed 5, so it should be denied on its face if you deny the rezoning. But beyond that, the proposed subdivision offers no improvements to benefit public safety, requires a private road waiver that's unjustified, and also violates the master plan. This is why my clients are urging you to deny these applications, as I'll explain in greater detail. There are 4 rezoning criteria, but the Planning Commission only focused on one of them. The criterion requiring the proposed zoning to be compatible with existing land uses and zone districts in all directions. Actually, just half of one of them, because they only looked at surrounding land uses, not the zoning districts. Admittedly, the master plan land use map shows the subject property as designated large lot residential, and that designation allows for 2.5 acre or greater lot sizes. But the surrounding zone districts are all RR5, A35, and PUDs with an average lot size greater than 5 acres. And there's been a lot made of smaller lots within PUDs, lots that are under 5 acres, but they're all offset with larger lots for an over 5 acre average. There is no 2.5 acre zoning anywhere in the vicinity in any direction. As to master plan conformance in areas other than map designation, the proposed rezoning does not conform in at least 6 key areas, and there hasn't been a substantial change in the neighborhood character to justify a rezoning to RR5, which is another one of your criteria. Finally, given the lack of mitigation proposed, especially along the road, adding higher density in the area raises site suitability questions. The Planning Commission erred by not considering all 4 of the criteria for rezoning. The code provides that rezonings should be justified before they're requested in any of 4 ways. 1, conformance or consistency with the county's master plan, and I'll go through the areas where the application is not in conformance. 2, material change in the character of the area. There's nothing, and there's no presentation that there's been any such change to the character of the area. Error or oversight is the 3rd criterion for or justification for rezoning, and there's nothing in the materials claiming that there was any error in the original zoning. And 4th, and finally, that the zone change is necessary for general health, safety, and welfare of the community. And this is also not being argued, and I don't think it can be demonstrated. So basically, the applicant's asking for an upzoning to RR 2.5 to obtain another saleable lot. Colorado law, in cases like Whitelaw versus Denver City Council, defines illegal spot zoning as where local government acts merely to benefit a single property owner rather than to further the comprehensive plan for the public benefit. Given the lack of justification offered for the rezoning request, this seems to be getting awfully close to an impermissible spot zoning action. as I mentioned before, let me make sure I'm on the right page here. That was the last slide. Sorry, I didn't advance it. As I mentioned before, we don't contest that the rezoning request meets one half of one of the 4 criteria for rezoning. The application fits within the large lot residential place type. But rezoning requests have to meet all 4 criteria. As to the criterion which specifically calls for master plan compliance, the request in front of you today violates Master Plan Goal 1.1 by failing to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood character and infrastructure capacity. Cause it would be the only 2.5 acre zoned lot anywhere in the area, and the development creates egress issues without proposing any mitigation along the road. It fails Goal 10.1 by proposing no hazard mitigation. It violates the master plan because it proposes a gravel road to connect to the existing paved Hay Creek Road, despite large lot residential place type characteristic letter H, which requires roads to be paved when they connect to existing paved roads. It violates multiple specific strategies, which require development to be limited in scale so as not to alter the essential character, which this development would by being the only 2.5 acre zoned lot in the area, and inviting future upzoning applications, because one of the 4 criteria for rezoning is what's the neighborhood zoning. So unlike a variance, which is only for the existing application in front of you, rezonings do set precedent for other area rezonings. So we got to watch what we do here. Another one of the strategies is that developments have to be sited in a manner that improves connectivity to adjacent areas to minimize congestion and improve emergency access, which this development wouldn't do because it proposes a single point of access which will increase congestion and hamper emergency access. And finally, there's a strategy that requires that developments provide multiple points of access to help decrease response times, decrease evacuation times, and provide for additional evacuation routes, which this application doesn't, because it proposes a single point of access which will increase response and evacuation times. The Planning Commission discussed the issue of emergency access and evacuation, admitting that this is an extremely important issue, but they incorrectly focused their decision on whether the proposed subdivision was subject to Code Section 8.4.4 or not. And they should have been focusing on whether the subdivision adds to or subtracts from public safety and meets the master plan. You know that 8.4 provides that where there are 25 or more lots that both front on and take access from a dead-end road, a new subdivision has to mitigate by widening the road, adding lanes, providing a second means of egress. And here, the lots are going to take access from Hay Creek Road, but they won't front on it. So under the strict interpretation of 8.4.4, the new lots aren't subject to the mitigation requirement. But 8.4.4 doesn't require you to approve every subdivision that comes in just because the lots don't count against the 25 lot limit. That's not the point of 8.4.4. In fact, the county's adopted fire code requires mitigation where there are more than 30 dwelling units on a single public or private fire apparatus access road. And the fire code doesn't care whether the lots both front and take access from the road. It only cares about how many people are going to need that road. One of the approval criteria for new subdivisions includes a requirement for necessary services, including fire protection. So when you review the subdivision application, you should be looking at that. The pending ordinance doctrine allows a county to deny a land use application, even though the application conforms to existing regs where the application is repugnant to a pending zoning ordinance. Here, the county is working on an update to the Land Development Code, and given the issues surrounding 8.4.4, including the disconnect between that section and the fire code that I just described, as well as the litigation in Cloutier versus Board of Commissioners et al. So the board was a defendant in that litigation. You know that when the court affirmed the county's decision to approve the View Homes project, it did so as a simple exercise in statutory interpretation. The lots had to both front and take access from in order to be counted. But it's worth noting that the court, in ruling for the county, also acknowledged the plaintiff's arguments about looking to the code language in context. The code mandates that the county protect public safety. The court also noted the absurdity of the letter of the code, which allows an infinite number of houses to be served by a dead-end road, provided that no more than 25 have actual frontage on it. This kind of dicta from a court is, in a court's opinion, is a court's way of inviting the legislature, you in this case, to change the law. And here, to align the letter and spirit of the code would just require the removal of the words fronting and from 8.4.4D1 and front and from 844D2, 4 words. So with this code text amendment, projects which would result in more than 25 lots taking access from any dead-end road, if you did that text amendment, such projects could still be built, but they would just have to do the mitigation, and that makes sense. In this case, we don't have any mitigation proposed, and whether it meets 8.4.4 and gets counted under that 25 or not, you still have the authority to require mitigation to make sure that new projects are safe. The subdivision proposes that 5 of the 6 lots take access from a gravel road that has a culvert crossing the 100-year floodplain. This road does not meet county road standards and can only be allowed if you grant a waiver. To do so, however, would violate the criteria for granting a waiver. Other subdivisions in the Hay Creek drainage have built roads which meet county standards. Therefore, it's hard to argue that the applicant without a waiver would suffer a particular non-economic hardship if they were made to build a road which was up to standard, didn't require a waiver. The waiver shouldn't be granted, and the subdivision, which relies on the private road for access, should not be approved. In approving a final plat, the board shall make many findings which are listed in the approval criteria for subdivisions. And one criterion is that the board has to find that the subdivision's in conformance with the goals, objectives, and policies of the master plan. And as we've pointed out in the discussion of the rezoning application, the application fails to meet the requirements of the master plan in multiple critical areas. And these master plan violations apply to the subdivision as well. The rezoning in front of you today merely benefits the applicant and has not been justified in any fashion, which should meet your approval. Likewise, the application for the subdivision fails to meet the county's master plan goals and offers no public benefit. In fact, it creates additional hazards and offers no mitigation. Accordingly, on behalf of my clients, Ed and Renee Bear, I'd ask that you deny these applications. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition?
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Bear, and I've lived in Hay Creek, and I've lived there for about 18 years now. And I just want to make sure I've got some videos, and I just need to make sure I can pull those up. Yes, and I am going to extend my time, by the way. There's several people here. There is Gail, Kaylee, and Cole.
We'll reset that, but I want to make sure you get those videos up.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could reset that, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that.
I think we had 3 people plus his time, so it's 12. Always dangerous to do math in public, but I think we got it.
You ready? Great. A little over a year ago, I stood before you in support of the Hay Creek Valley development, a project consisting of 20 lots with an average density of approximately 10 acres per lot. That development sits at the easternmost edge of development in the Hay Creek Road corridor, where the topography opens up and flattens towards Baptist Road. At that time, I did not fully understand or appreciate the evacuation concerns, given its location and terrain. However, you can hold on the video for now, please. However, after learning more about the heightened evacuation risks associated with continued development further west into a dead-end box canyon, with a single point of ingress and egress, I now have grave concerns for all residents who live in the Hay Creek Road corridor, both existing and future, if development continues without meaningful mitigation requirements, such as secondary access or significant road improvements. I realize some of you may not have had the opportunity to do a site visit. The short video I'm about to show you is intended to provide real-world context for our concerns regarding the road structure that enters into the valley. Go ahead and start the video for me. Thank you so much. What you are seeing is a stretch of Hay Creek Road in front of the proposed Hidden Creek Estates subdivision, an area that is highly susceptible to a catastrophic bottleneck event. In an emergency scenario where first responders are attempting to enter the valley while residents are simultaneously trying to evacuate, there is currently no usable shoulder. There are steep drop-offs, berms, telephone poles, and rock walls that prevent vehicles from going around stalled traffic or accidents. Using the shoulders as temporary additional lanes is currently not feasible. Hay Creek Valley borders Pike National Forest to the west, reinforcing the reality that there is only one way in and one way out. What this video shows represents only a small portion of the valley, yet similar hazards exist throughout the Hay Creek Road and the adjoining dead-end roads that serve this area. In other words, similar choke points. Now imagine a horse trailer, a moving trailer full of belongings, or a vehicle accident during an evacuation, perhaps jackknifed in the heat of panic, with currently no ability for others to get around it. Panic, time pressure, and chaos can quickly turn into life-threatening situations. Historically, development in the valley has often been viewed one project at a time. But we live in a county with highly varied terrain. And while certain rules may apply broadly across the county, it is dangerous to take a check-the-box approach when dealing with the box canyon, with one way in and one way out. You as commissioners have the ability, and I would agree, the responsibility to look beyond a narrow individual project analysis and instead consider the collective impact on the entire Hay Creek community, especially when it comes to public safety. If each development is evaluated in isolation, you could easily add 200 to 300 homes into this valley over time. In fact, there is already a plan, actually by Mr. Dunstan who spoke, to develop 70 acres into 2.5 acre lots, which would add another 28 homes. We respectfully ask you to recognize the unique safety challenges of this community and to hold development in Hay Creek Valley to the standard of our master plan. Our request is simple. Please prioritize the safety of the residents who already live here and ensure that any future development includes real, enforceable evacuation and access mitigation. And for just clarification, in the earlier presentation, there was a comment by Vertex that said that the Monument Fire Department had no objections. They didn't have a comment. And that's a very subtlety with words, but there is a difference in that word. And they didn't have a comment because they can't really comment on an individual development. I mean, they can only comment on an individual development, not the entire valley. You could stop that video. And now I would like to go to the site map. I would like to clarify the parcel map presented by Vertex Consulting. The applicant has selectively cited smaller lots within our PUD to justify 2.5 acre zoning while ignoring the required density average. Hay Creek Ranch, where I live, where Mr. Dunstan lives, is a PUD that does include some lots under 5 acres. However, those are offset by larger parcels, resulting in 10 lots on 50 acres, so an average of 5 acres per lot, fully compliant with county RR5. The starred lots shown to the west are located in Green Mountain Ranch Estates, a very specific subdivision. I have provided the individual lot sizes for reference. While several are slightly under 5 acres, the overall community average is 5 acres. None of the lots shown are zoned 2.5 acres. The most recently approved development, Hay Creek Valley, was approved at an average of 10 acres per lot, as I mentioned earlier. I would also note that Mr. Hull was the developer of Hay Creek Ranch, the neighborhood that I live in, which was originally proposed at 2.5 acre zoning. Many of the people sitting here behind me actually stood up and opposed that. And I'm glad that they did, because at least we had the consistency of the 5 acre average. Also, there was a comment made about a right-of-way dedication in question occurred many years ago, prior to Mr. Hull's ownership of the property. And there is no documentation indicating it was taken in connection with or as a condition of any development approval. Because this dedication predates the applicant's ownership and was not imposed as part of the current proposal, it should not be used as justification for granting increased density or rezoning today. As a matter of fact, the applicant initially submitted this project to our planning commission as an average of 4.75 acres, 6 lots in the 28 acres. He mentioned to some of the homeowners in our valley that the planning department required him to do this 3.5 acre lot. And that is not true. What is true is in order to get a 6 lot for profit, he needs to have a 2.5 acre lot, but still doesn't conform, in the valley. And lastly, I just want to take a moment, to just talk about the fire department, this question of the fire department comments and the fact that they're limited to this development only. I know that you guys have the report from the Planning Commission, but you don't have the context of some of their comments that were broader than just this one issue of this proposal that's before you today. And so I'd like to play you some snippets of that.
It is the egress question. So when Monument Fire made their comment, it was just to this, or are they saying they can support the entire area with only the one egress?
So Ms. Fuller, when we send it out for review, it's for just this individual project. I can't speak really for them and how they interpreted the project, how it fits into a greater scope. I don't really want to speak too much for them, but it's my understanding they look at this project individual per our request.
Yike. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Whitney, go ahead.
That may be a totally accurate description of what they think, and if it is, that's scary. One would think they would be thinking about the whole area and 25 lots, not just a particular piece. There could be 400 lots made up of things that each one passes the individual test. So I hope you're wrong.
That a Board of County Commissioners made a decision that 25 houses or accesses to the road, if I lived there, I would be alarmed by it. I would encourage people against this to maybe reach out to the Monument Fire Department, because what we have says it's okay. At this moment when we're making a decision, if they wanted to reach out, a persuasive rebuttal would be the Monument Fire Department says this is extremely dangerous. But reality is, without doing anything here, they can have 5 lots. So in essence, we're just asking for one more, and it's closely compliant. So I get it, but I think at the end I'm going to be in favor.
Thanks. Other comments? I agree with Ms. Fuller. It sounded like the main concerns out there were evacuation issues, which I totally agree with. However, the fire department approved this, and I think you guys would go a long way with meeting with them and figuring out why they keep approving these things. Last year, they approved 22 lots just south of here to go into the same road. So
I was hoping you'd start the other end.
He can. Come back to him.
So, apropos of comment by council, I am holding my nose and voting yes because of the constraints under which we operate. But I couldn't agree more that this is nuts. And as far as I'm concerned, the fire department ought to be addressing this cumulatively as a whole, not every single dinky application. But we have to consider every single dinky application. And from my perspective, holding my nose, it meets our criteria. So I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Trowbridge? Yes, would you like to comment any further, Mr. Mayor?
I think most of my comments were fairly clear during the presentation. The key to me is that I didn't really hear a justification for the lot size. And based off of that, I chose to vote no.
All right, thank you.
So when the Monument Fire Department made their comments, it was only to.
Thank you for listening to that. I hope that was helpful only in the sense of it giving you some context, because oftentimes I know in your position, you're sitting there and looking at the data without hearing some of the concerns that were expressed behind that, for our valley. And so lastly, I would just like to say, and actually I think there is one more person that, Catherine Rice. 3 minutes. And I probably won't take all of it. Thank you. So I just want to make a couple comments to Mr. Hull coming up. And, I do appreciate him sharing some of his personal comments, but I want to also just put some clarity to those. Yes, I think he said he has lived there for 20 years, plus or minus, I don't remember, but this piece of property he's only owned for 4 years. He mentions the fact that he invited neighbor input, but yet myself and my wife and I and the neighbor on the very western boundary, the Timmons, were not invited to any of the housewarming parties or housewarming invitations to fill people into. And I know he says he wants what is the desire of the valley. I would hold that and say that he doesn't speak for the valley. And that in his recent purchase, the person who sold him the property off market had desired it to stay open and was one of the reasons why he offered it to him. Lastly, or a couple more comments, the risk and return. I think the hurricane is an interesting analogy. I grew up on the East Coast, so that was a reality for me. But, we had, even back 40 years ago, we had a warning that a hurricane was coming. Today's technology, they can forecast it a week or two in advance. Unfortunately, a wildfire doesn't give us notice like that. We all saw what happened with the Hayman fire, with Waldo Canyon fire, Black Forest fire, and outside of our state, the Palisade fire, which was a lot of just underbrush, but was also made up of homes. Homes are fuel too. So I think in terms of maybe somebody should move if there's risk, I think the risk can be minimized. We all face risk, and isn't the whole goal to reduce the risk and minimize it to the best of our ability? And Madam Chair, I really appreciated your comment earlier, that you don't like government overreach. I don't either, but you don't like it unless it regards to health and safety. And that's exactly what we're talking about here today, is the health and safety of every resident of that valley. So thank you all for listening.
Good afternoon. I'm Tony Warnock. I live in the 4105 Tapatero Drive at the very far end of the valley that's in discussion. I am not a longtime resident of the area. I've just been there 3 years, and part of the reason why I moved there was because of the outstanding, in the Forest Service world, it's an outstanding recreational value. The outstanding values of that area are largely due to its low density. As the applicant discussed, having kids be able to walk, ride horses, that's all a really important part. And it actually increases and holds our values. Higher density development is not a benefit when it comes to value. And the Tri-Lakes development, which has been referenced, one, it's a completely different issue in that has optimal options for egress. It's not a single road development. And in order to do that development, they had to do improvements where the rail line is. They had to build a bridge there in order to accomplish that. So we're seeing pretty significant development in that area, especially when you cross onto Baptist and start to head to I-25. It's just a growing area for good reason. The uniqueness of this specific valley that we're discussing, though, one, the value of it is largely due to its lower density, but I think I can maybe speak as the only expert on the wildlands urban interface as having been a part of two significant large wildfires. The first one that I was a part of was in 2002. Our company owns Lost Valley Ranch, which was the largest single entity that was impacted by the Hayman Fire. We had at that time, we had to do an evacuation of 50 people. And we had been told over time that as I did operating plans and safety plans for the Forest Service, that our back-end egress on the Matticat to Lake George gave us lanes of protection. What knowing the problem that we run into in these situations, and if I could add my time with Deb, is that we have a failure of imagination of what could possibly happen because we see things as they are today in the best situation. What had happened to us is our backside access was closed off due to the fire. So even having a secondary route was taken away from us because the fire shut that road down. So it gave us one route to leave the property. We only left with about 20 vehicles. And we were coordinated fast. We didn't take kids. We didn't take animals. It was single staff. They weren't moving possessions. They grabbed a bag, jumped in a vehicle, and we left. And it took us over an hour to drive 9 miles because of smoke and because of emergency vehicles that were coming in. I understand Monument as lead on this would have responsibility for initial coordination, but the way in which a WUI fire takes place and is coordinated also depends on what is impacted. And you would have not just our valley, which is El Paso County, you would have Monument, the city of Monument. Then you've got Pike National Forest, that becomes a federal issue. And then you've got the Air Force Academy, another federal entity. And all of these entities, they do coordinate well. I promise you that every one of them is going to have a presence in that drainage in order to mitigate and reduce the amount of damage as it spreads. Because it could burn us all down and we could all be without homes if it gets into Tri-Lakes. If it jumps across 25, which they can do, then you've got a very large scale northern part of Colorado Springs is being evacuated. We look at these things as if they are one-off exceptions, and statistically they are, but I promise you when the decisions are made on these wildland urban interfaces, every commission, every governing or decision-making body always looks at theirs as the exception to the rule, and why adding 4 houses nominally will not make a difference to the problem or add to an issue, because we look at this granularly sometimes, because while I can see the point that the applicant's making. What they're asking you to do is watch my finger, don't look at my hand. Because this is what I need you to see. Don't look at this issue out here. And for me, this WI issue is a huge one because I have direct experience in it. Things don't go the way that you hope they do. As a matter of fact, it goes much worse. And I've got studies that if anyone was interested, I could submit that deal with this very issue on WI globally. And the number one predictor of a disaster is density. And we look at Palisades, the Palisades fire, we look at the Eaton fire, and the reality of it is after those fires, they were all debated due to density issues, due to egress issues, because you were up against an ocean. And one last point is that when we talk about fuel, when we deal with fuels, there are natural fuels in that drainage. And I recognize that fuels is an issue. The number one cause of fires, prolongment in a WI is not just native fuels, it is structures. So adding structures doesn't reduce our overall risk. Thank you for your time.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition to this application?
Yes, my name is Ian Dorsey. I live on the top end of Tapadero Drive. And over the years, my wife and I living here, we've enjoyed the valley. It's a beautiful place to live. One of the things that I've seen several times in the 4 years that I've been there is access issues. A few years ago, there was a sanitation truck that backed across Hay Creek and stalled and died on the road. And I had to wait in a row of cars that went all the way out to Baptist Road, probably 75, 80 cars. And there was absolutely no way for me to get to my house. No access at all. There was an emergency event, I think it was a domestic violence event, where Hay Creek was shut down. And I once again was sitting on that road for hours trying to figure out how I could get home. And my wife and I, we've planned an evacuation for ourselves from our home because we are on the Air Force Academy. And I've told her if there's ever an event where there's a fire, we have to plan to try to jump the fence to get onto the Air Force Academy, try to get onto one of their roads so we just have a way to get out. And it requires climbing border fences on a Air Force base to try to have another way of escaping the valley. And, one of the things that I'd like to mention, when Mr. Hull was talking, is he mentioned the issue of multiple driveways on Hay Creek. Well, we're adding more. He mentioned the issues of fires. It's a huge threat. And there's only one way of entry for over 80 homes on that one in this one area. I mean, it's already very dangerous. And my wife and I sat up last night discussing, well, if this keeps going, we're going to be in a really dangerous spot, only having one access, one way in and out of this area. And we said, maybe we should probably think about moving. And, Mr. Hull, a few minutes ago, came and talked to me, and he said, it may be too dangerous. There may be people that need to move out. If it's too dangerous for you and your family, maybe you need to consider that. Well, maybe we need to consider the safety of the people that already live here. If this is an issue of safety for the people that live in this area, how can you approve future development when there's no access? Well, that's my thoughts on this. It has nothing to do with the beauty of the valley. It's a beautiful place. This is an issue of safety. Thank you.
Love that sound. Not. My name is Richard Smith. I live at 4210 Green Mountain Drive, right up there in Hay Creek Valley, you might imagine. 1.5 years ago, many of us were gathered here to discuss a development just down the road from where I live. As developments go, it was small, about 20 lots. People like myself came to you with legitimate concerns of whether everyone that uses Hay Creek Road as our portal in and out of the valley would be able to evacuate in the event of some future fire. Not a planned fire, of course, but the kind that has happened in the past, right here in El Paso County, and not just once in recent memory. We aren't talking about a hypothetical possibility here, but about relatively recent history with no reason to believe that it will not and cannot happen again. I believe the relevant questions are where and when it will happen again, and did we learn anything from previous events, both here and elsewhere? One obvious lesson was that injuries and deaths occur when people cannot get out of the way of the fire. Another lesson gained is that fires spread faster and farther when firemen can't get into the fire line in a timely manner. This leaves a scenario where a large group of people want out all at the same time, while simultaneously another large group of people are trying to go the other way. El Paso County has a land development code, a master plan, a planning commission, and a board of county commissioners. Part of the reason for all of this is to look at safety issues like the one outlined above when considering what sort of development to allow in a given area at a given time under current and future circumstances. LDC 8.4.4 has been discussed here today and in the past, and I won't go over it again. I truly believe that we can all agree that its intent was to limit the number of people and vehicles using a road, and that safety was certainly a factor in its inception. It was written in such a manner that it limits the count by whether a lot has actual frontage and direct access to said road. A lawsuit was litigated in which the judge ruled that is what the code means as it is written, and he acknowledged that he had no choice but to rule against plaintiff. Now, anyone who has read that ruling has seen that the judge did not like having to rule that way, and in effect also said it makes no sense in terms of the safety aspects in an evacuation scenario. He sent a message that the code needs to be reviewed and revised. He could see that all cars will end up on Hay Creek Road by necessity. As it happens, there is an ongoing effort right now to review and revise the LDC. What can be done today? The LDC is already being reviewed, but it is not completed, so we must use it as if we choose to move forward. Do we have to move forward? In many cases, you look at it, would be reasonable and prudent to move ahead because there would not be a possible change in the code that would make change in the outcome. This development before you today is not like that. Part of the code that does not make sense the way it is written should play a large part in whether this development is approved or not. Because of that, can I have like 5 seconds? Because of that, if you find you cannot in good conscience disapprove the request, you should instead table the matter for future consideration when the code review has been completed. You have a choice. I ask that you make the right choice. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
My name is Gerard Timmons. I am an adjoining landowner. My wife wanted to be here, but she's out of the country, and she sent a letter and asked me to read it. I am an adjoining neighbor living immediately, without glasses, west of the applicant's property. I strongly object to the rezoning of lot number 2 of the proposed subdevelopment and ask the request be denied on the grounds that it fails to meet approval criteria as set forth in section 5.3.5 of the El Paso County Land Development Code. The proposed R2.5 zone is not compatible with the zoning in all directions as required, nor does it fit the character and expectations of the surrounding area. Property owners in the Hay Creek Valley purchased and invested in their homes with reasonable expectation that 5-acre zoning would remain the governing standard of the area, permitting them to have and maintain the density and rural character they sought. The LDC in sections 1.2 and 1.3 supports predictability and reliance such as this through the support of coherent development patterns. The requested rezoning is not a furtherance of coherent development pattern. It is not a minor adjustment compelled by any change of circumstance. It is a fundamental shift in the area's character without any reason, documented or stated, to create this anomalous zone. The character of place is best defined by the residents who live there, not by consultants retained and compensated to try to change it. Moreover, a zoning change request solely to make development numbers work and to permit a preferred, not necessary, configuration is not what the LDC protects. It does not protect convenience. It does not protect profit. However, denying the rezoning request does still protect the applicant's expectation for development, while at the same time protecting the rural character, expectations, and safety of neighborhood as a whole. Rezoning this one lot is unnecessary, serves only to advance the interest of the applicant at the expense of surrounding property owners, and risks an incremental erosion of the standing RR5 zone pattern, and she feels it should be denied. I have several concerns. I think a lot of what the paid consultant proposed, especially at the planning meeting, was rather false. If you read, you can say anything you want as long as you play with the facts. This, to me, seems like the perfect definition of spot zoning. Only one person gains from this. The rest of the entire valley loses. I appreciate your time and thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Trish Burns, and I appreciate your attention here for a quick moment. I know it's been a long day. I don't know if any of you have ever lost your homes in a wildfire. I have. It's a forever-changing life event. The losses start immediately with, go find a place for your family to live and buy a new home. I lost my home in the Black Forest fire, and that came on the heels of the Waldo Canyon fire, which made it increasingly difficult to find a home that had a little land. Nearly 1,000 people had to go and locate a new homestead for their family and their horses, and there's not a lot of it available in our area. I landed on Tapadero Drive after the Black Forest fire, and I worked my entire life saving so that I could live in a place and have a piece of land, and it's so beautiful. And I'm insulted by my neighbor that says if the risk is just too much for you, then you should move. I'm insulted by that. Starting over, losing absolutely everything where much is irreplaceable, like your history, all your photos. I bought a video camera a month before my son was born, and I had a library of his entire life in photos and videos, which no one will ever see. Takes a couple of years to bring yourself, your family, your business back to sanity and peace of mind, and it's a dedicated effort. At this time, when I moved into Tapadero Drive, I didn't even realize it was a box canyon community with one way in and one way out. That fact alone should demand heightened caution. But what I'm about to describe goes far beyond caution. It describes a system already operating in clear violation of basic fire safety standards. Under El Paso County Development Fire Code, as you all know, a dead-end road system like ours serves no more than 25 residential lots. International Fire Code gives a maximum of 30 lots. Today, our canyon already has 79 developed lots, which includes a half dozen with more than one home on it. Then you must add the 20 recently approved 10-plus acre lots from our lovely neighbors, the O'Learys, who are expanding with the Hay Creek Valley development. We also have, which no one has spoken about, 38 vacant lots that people have bought over the years. Is there any more time? Oh, I got 3 more minutes, please. So we have 38 vacant lots that people own and expect to build homes. Many of those lots are larger, and some, along with that, some recently purchased acreage could, if this subdividing becomes popular, where owners can just break up their own lots into many homes, this is incredibly dangerous, because as it stands right now, we have 137 lots, over 400% more than the maximum fire code allows, all egressing into this one little country road. And so the math I've done, and it is dangerous doing math in public, but the current rule in our legacy is RR5. I don't see a reason why we would lessen that and increase more homes, more lots emptying into Hay Creek Road in any catastrophic event. The reason that we're here today, perhaps, is that there was misinformation and lack of information provided at the planning meeting, and it's you can see that an applicant and his representative has all the time in the world to present, and we, as the citizens in the community, have 3 minutes to express the reality of the situation that we live in. This is not a theoretical risk. This is a literal setup for disaster. In a wildfire emergency, residents are trying to escape while others are racing back to home to retrieve their children, elderly family members, pets, horses, while fire engines, rescue vehicles attempt to access the area on the same road. It's physically impossible. What exists today is already unsafe. Adding more density is indefensible. We don't need to try and imagine this exodus, because we witnessed it. In 2014, we had a fire, and it was an absolute cluster. I could not get back up to my home, which usually takes 4 minutes from Baptist Road. It was over 25 minutes. The road was a total traffic jam. We had a small fire, not a lick of wind, and that saved us. It was only a few acres, but it was very close by. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone who'd like to speak? Can I just, for the purposes of planning here, can I just get a show of hands of those who have either not given up their time or have not spoken, who still intend to speak? Okay, so if you intend to speak and you have not given up your time, that's who I'm looking for, just so I can see how many we may have left for planning purposes. So it's like 2. Okay, thank you. Proceed.
I'm actually going to take her 3 minutes on my time. So 6 minutes, please.
Okay. Yes. Yes, please add that in the booth. 6 minutes.
So good afternoon. My name is Chris Bennett. I live in the Hay Creek Road Box Canyon community, specifically Green Mountain Ranch Estates. I'm Lot 1, Block 1. So I'm right there at the sign that says Green Mountain Estates. I'm here to talk about the impact on the proposal to add additional homes and introduce the RR 2.5 zoning onto our longstanding RR 5 acre zoning area. I know you've heard a lot of this already, but I have it written down, so I'm going to stick with it. I ask for your undivided attention for a brief moment so that I may explain why this and any other new home lot proposal significantly raises wildfire and evacuation risks, and why it must be stopped until safety issues are resolved. Our community is unique. A narrow box canyon up the mountain at roughly 7,000 to 8,000 feet altitude, with dirt roads that lead west and south off of Hay Creek Road onto the mountains and hillsides. Today, there are 79 lots with homes occupied, and several of those lots contain more than one residence. Somehow it has grown to this despite El Paso County's development fire code limits for single access neighborhoods to 25 lots, and the widely observed International Fire Code recommends a 30 lot maximum where there is again only one way in and one way out. We currently exceed all fire safety thresholds by more than 300%. As I understand, this Board of County Commissioners recently approved another 20 homes that spill onto the Hay Creek Road in this box canyon, putting us at almost 400% over fire safety code. And today you consider to add additional lots. Some critical details that somehow must have slipped through the cracks that our single access Hay Creek Road is a narrow, curvy, single lane road with no shoulder. It is already concerning during heavy use or when wet or snowpacked. The roads with approximately half of our home lots feed off of Hay Creek Road as their only access to the several dead ends up in the hills. These are all dirt road. They are rugged, steep, have sharp turns, and in several spots only one car can pass at a time. A mass evacuation or an influx of residents and emergency vehicles trying to enter simultaneously creates the very traffic jams we've seen in past emergencies here in our valley and at other wildfire evacuations nationwide. Adding more homes without a secondary ingress-egress is not just poor planning, it is a life safety hazard that has come to a point where I cannot remain silent. The wildfire risk here is higher than in other neighborhoods down the hill, south to Colorado Springs and east to Mark Shuffle. To the west, we border Pike National Forest, and to the south, a heavily treed Air Force Academy parcel. Those fuels, combined with our canyon topography, create a situation where fire behavior can be extreme and fast. Our valley's weather is unique. It plays a huge role in the fire risk to our area. It is where the cold, dry air funnels down the mountain onto the warmer, moister air of the plains, creating a persistent vortex with very powerful winds. The Air Force Academy Weather Station has reported 100-mile-an-hour winds in recent years. I have a weather station on my property, which over the past year, January 2025 to present, I pulled up the averages, and it has recorded sustained wind speeds over 45 miles an hour, gusts of over 55 miles an hour, and we've had maximum daily gusts over 60. The most recent being on January 4th, I had 62.9 mile an hour winds that lifted up sheets of plywood and threw them across the property. At our altitude with the extreme wind patterns, the wildfire spread is rapid and unpredictable, creating unimaginable raging fires that will be extremely difficult to impossible to outrun. Based on our current setup, it's an easy prediction to envision myself and my neighbors leaving our cars, trailers, pets, livestock in the traffic-jammed Hay Creek Road and running for our lives. To get to know who lives in the valley, many of our residents have working ranches, horses, llamas, goats, yaks, chickens. A good portion of our residents are seniors, which further complicates evacuation logistics. They will need assistance getting themselves and their belongings, pets, and livestock out of this canyon. You have us in a position of serious danger. Considering increasing the risk to all of us is a reckless disregard of public safety. I respectfully ask the Commission to, 1, deny any increase in density for any more home lots or approval of 2.5 acre zoning. This is a sensible and responsible request for this unique area until all safety concerns are satisfied. Require strict compliance with the El Paso County Fire Code and International Fire Code. Use common sense and apply the safety code to our entire dead-end one-road access valley and not utilize tunnel vision to evaluate fire risk for each mini development separately. This is a life or death decision today that the residents of our valley are counting on for you to do the right thing. Require a funded secondary ingress-egress by any new developments, a certified wildfire risk assessment, and a county-approved evacuation plan before any additional lots or homes are approved. Require road improvements to Hay Creek and offshoot roads adequate to support emergency response and satisfactory evacuation. In conclusion, we're not against responsible growth. We ask that you follow the El Paso County Land Code and safety come first for our residents. Please vote no on any increase in density until these critical safety measures are in place. A yes vote sets a dangerous precedent for our entire area as more large lots apply for waivers or rezoning to subdivide for profit. It would give me, at 6.22 acres, the ability to come back to a board like this and say, hey, I'd like to subdivide mine into 2 3-acre parcels. And now we set that precedent. So thank you for your consideration. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. If you are still wishing to speak in opposition, please do come down at this point. And I believe we have one more, sir, up top. If you wouldn't mind going ahead and making your way down to the first row so that we can progress through this quickly. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate your comments this morning, starting out worried about safety and health. And really, that's all we're asking. My name is Kim Pedry. Our family has been in the valley there for almost 50 years, 48 years now. And you are our last available chance to stop some of this madness. We're concerned about the growth there. And something that nobody's even mentioned yet, we're all concerned about the water. It's a non-regenerating aquifer that we're all drilling into. Everybody has water problems too, and nobody's even mentioned that. But really, I'm asking you to vote against this. You're our last chance. If you're really concerned about our safety and our health, our water, and the fire situation, you'll vote no against this. Thank you.
Well, my name is Keith Klain, and I believe there's someone that's going to donate another 3 minutes as well. But I've been invited to speak on behalf of a neighbor. And
Before you speak, you said if you have someone who is...
I think there is someone who still was intending to contribute. I shouldn't go a full 6 minutes, but it will almost certainly go over 3.
Okay, then just make sure we get the timer set appropriately. Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Okay. My name is Keith Klain, and I'm happy to be here speaking on behalf of neighbor Renee Bear, who was here earlier but was called away. I'm particularly pleased because what she has to say here, as I read it, is so consistent with the comments that you have in your file from the Air Force Academy with regard to the wildfire risk and the evacuation issues that it alludes to. So I'm particularly pleased to read this into the record. I'm here to respectfully ask the board to pause and reconsider how fire code and evacuation standards were applied to the Hidden Creek development and more broadly to the blocked Canyon Hay Creek Road corridor. My concern is straightforward and grounded in life safety. There are currently 79 homes in the valley and approved for 20 more, totaling 99 houses in a boxed canyon. While not every home in Blocked Canyon physically fronts Hay Creek Road, every existing and proposed home relies on Hay Creek Road as the sole means of ingress and egress. In an emergency, particularly a wildfire, frontage is irrelevant. Evacuation, emergency access, and fire behavior depend upon functional access, and Hay Creek Road is the only way out. El Paso County Land Development Code, Section 8.4.4 D1, limits development to 25 lots on a dead-end road for this exact reason. Likewise, the International Fire Code recognizes that when 30 or more dwellings are served by a single access, evacuation capacity and emergency response are strained, requiring enhanced safety measures. When Hidden Creek is added to the existing homes in Block Canyon, those thresholds are exceeded. Yet the development was reviewed in isolation rather than as a part of a shared single-access canyon system. This concern is not theoretical, it is documented. During review of the Hay Creek subdivision, the United States Air Force Academy, through its 10th Civil Engineering Squadron, submitted a written letter to the county stating that wildfire risk and fire response are of utmost concern to USAPA as an adjacent landowner actively managing forested lands. Smaller development should not be evaluated in isolation, but cumulatively with existing and planned development. Wildfire mitigation and evacuation planning in the wildland-urban interface must be a paramount consideration in the Pikes Peak region.
This warning came from a federal installation and an adjacent landowner and an entity that actively manages wildfire risk on its own lands. Despite that warning, there are no documented comments from Monument Fire Protection District at the Planning Commission stage, and no evidence that a canyon-wide evacuation or fire access analysis was completed before approving additional density. Additionally, the wildfire mitigation report prepared by Rubicon Wildfire Solutions for Hidden Creek contains material omissions. Under fire history, the report excludes two documented fires within this valley during the last 18 years, including one on August 19, 2011, and does not reference the 2013 Black Forest Fire, which burned over 14,000 acres and destroyed 509 structures, making it the most destructive wildfire in Colorado history at the time. The Waldo Canyon fire was not mentioned in either report, and our valley was on pre-evacuation orders. This directly conflicts with the wildfire hazard and mitigation report prepared for this previously approved Hay Creek Valley subdivision, which, using Colorado State Forest data, classified this area as having severe wildfire hazard and high wildfire risk across the entire canyon system. I'm concerned that a developer commissioned report for Hidden Creek reaches conclusions that differ so significantly from prior professional assessments of the same geography. My question to the board is this: if the fire code limits exist to protect life safety on single access roads, how are those limits being applied when access is shared but frontage differs? If the county's interpretation hinges on the word and in section 8.4.4D1, quote, the maximum number of lots fronting and taking access from a dead-end road is 25. I respectfully ask the board to consider whether that interpretation aligns with real-world evacuation conditions in a box canyon, or whether clarification or amendment is warranted. Wildfire does not recognize subdivision boundaries. Smoke, flame, and evacuations move through the entire canyon. In those moments, Hay Creek Road becomes the controlling constraint for residents and first responders alike. I am not here to oppose growth. I am asking the county to ensure that growth does not outpace safety. Specifically, I respectfully request that the board reevaluate this approval based on the cumulative access and evaluation, not parcel lines. Require a canyon-wide fire access and evacuation analysis before further development. Clarify on the record how Section 8.4.4 and the International Fire Code are being interpreted in single-access canyon environments. This is about doing it right, in the right order, with public safety first. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, I think that concludes our opposition at this time. We are going to proceed to the applicant's rebuttal. However, I think because we want to try to have continuation for the rest of the hearing, I think we're going to take a 10-minute recess and come back with that applicant rebuttal. So we are in recess. Okay, I'm calling this meeting back to order. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate all of you being here and bearing with us as we get through everything that we need to on this hearing. And I think we have concluded the public input, and now we will move to the applicant rebuttal.
Thank you. Nina Reese with Vertex Consulting. There was a lot of testimony, and as I indicated at the beginning of the presentation, I know there are high emotions. I'm going to choose not to respond to any of the more emotional and not criteria-based items and comments. If you want me to get into any of them, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but I'm going to use that as a starting point. So there were claims that there is no precedence for this rezone because the RR 2.5 zone district is not immediately adjacent. And to go along with that, there were claims that therefore this is a spot zoning. The very first item that you heard today was a rezone to the commercial zone district. There was not commercial zoning immediately adjacent, but it was compatible and met the criteria, so it could be approved. There's absolutely no basis for spot zoning, and we've identified that the proposed zoning is compatible with the adjacent. There were also claims that we have not proposed to install the necessary public improvements to mitigate and ensure safety. You all know from hearing many of these items in the past and being familiar with the Land Development Code, Engineering Criteria Manual, and the conditions that you see on applications, that if if staff identified through the review process that there's additional public improvements required and that this application were to trigger any necessary public improvement, you would hear from staff that that is required. You would see it as a condition of approval as well. So there's no basis for that claim either. There was also a claim that we have not adequately addressed compatibility with the RR5 zone district. You will recall in my presentation, I covered in great detail the fact that the purpose statement of the RR 2.5 and RR5 zone district are in fact exactly the same. The land uses, the permitted land uses in the two zone districts are exactly the same. The dimensional standards are for the most part exactly the same. The only two differences were the lot size and the side setback. That was it. The one that could have been different is the maximum lot coverage, but our plat actually has a 10% limitation due to drainage. There was also a discussion that we hadn't adequately addressed the zoning review criteria. And I'm going to just pull this up. So this is the criteria that was in question. It says the application is in general conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan, including applicable small area plans, or there has been a substantial change, and it goes on. So the claim was, because there has not been a substantial change, we haven't addressed this criteria. As you know, and versus or, those mean two totally different things. So we have met the first portion, which is the master plan. There were also claims that there's an existing egress issue, and we are exacerbating that egress issue. And to go along with that, there were numerous citations that section 8.4.4, which is that 25 lot cap, should apply here. You heard from your staff, it does not apply here. There was a court case that also came to the conclusion it did not apply in that instance. Staff is interpreting it correctly, therefore doesn't apply here either. You have the code that you have today, you have the rules and regulations that are in place today, and the criteria that is in place today. So any claims against that should, in my viewpoint, be thrown out because that's not in conformance with your land development code. There were many statements that this RR 2.5 zone district would set a precedence, and that means that everyone within the area would then be able to come in and also do 2.5 acre lots. You know, and I'm sure you've heard from your county attorney, that every single application is reviewed based on its own specific merits. Just because one person gets to do it doesn't mean that everybody gets to do it. Even if that were the case, I would like to point out that the immediately adjacent properties are Mr. Hall's own properties. So if you're going to make the claim that if you do 2.5, that means the people right next door can do so as well, well, they're part of this subdivision. And the lot that is immediately adjacent on the other side is a part of that PUD. So even that, I think, is a false claim. There are also claims that we have not met the master plan. I actually did not hear anything to back that up, so I'm not sure where that was coming from. But you've heard from your staff and then also in my presentation that all aspects of the master plan are in conformance. There were a few comments about the Air Force Academy and that the Air Force Academy has significant concerns, so this application should not move forward. I just want to show you, here it is. So the Air Force Academy reviewed the application 3 times total. So this is the record from EDARP. You'll see that their very first review came with an attached letter. That's the letter that everyone keeps touting as indicating that they have issues. We actually had a meeting with the Air Force Academy. El Paso County staff attended as well, and we went through all of their various comments and questions. We made adjustments to our application and resubmitted. So you'll see in reviews 2 and 3, they do not have issues. So the Air Force Academy has been satisfied. There was also a statement made by a member of the public that you shouldn't just take a check-the-box approach, and you should look beyond. I think they were referencing the regulations. You know that you can't do that. You have to follow the rules and regulations. You have to follow the specific criteria for each application as well. If you go outside of that, well, you're opening yourself up to potential lawsuit, and nobody wants that. There were also quite a few members of the public indicated that the review by Tri-Lakes Fire may not have been comprehensive, and that they didn't even really provide comments, but just said no additional comments. That's not true. So this is also from the El Paso County EDARP website. You'll see that they reviewed the application 6 times total. They provided comments. They provided an additional letter as well. In addition to what you see in EDARP, just right here, they provided 2 letters as well, detailing that they have reviewed and that they don't have any issues. So this first letter that I have up on the screen here is from the fire department, specifically Jonathan Bradley wrote this. Those of you who know Jonathan Bradley, you know that he is extremely intelligent and detail-oriented, and he is very familiar with the IFC and his rules and regulations. In here, you'll see at the bottom, he's specifically talking about the driveway and the private drive, and that he's reviewed and that he has identified that it's in compliance with the fire code. The next one on the screen is also from Jonathan Bradley, and this is in response to a question that he responds specifically to his ability to respond in the event of a fire, and if the hydrant, the nearby hydrant, and their relay system is adequate. So again, he references specifically the NFPA standards and identifies that we are in compliance. Okay, so the next thing that I have on my list, oops, here. Actually, I did want to bring up, one of the gentlemen showed the Planning Commission hearing, a few snippets of the Planning Commission hearing, and you'll notice at the very end of that Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission urged the opposition to reach out to Monument Fire to see if they had any issues or objections to this application, not just looking at the one individual application, but the area as a whole. I have not heard that they've had any issues, and I'm guessing that because there's such a passionate group, they probably did reach out, and you would have had a letter provided today if that were an issue or concern. Okay. So then there were also some claims that the fire report submitted and the wildfire mitigation plan that was submitted may not have been adequate and may not have met the various criteria. That was reviewed by Monument Fire. It was reviewed by the Forest Service. It was also reviewed by your El Paso County fire expert as well, and everyone concluded that the application has met all criteria, all standards. Those associated reports have all met standards and criteria as well. I mentioned this before, but I'll just mention it again. Just a reminder that the applicant chose to not only meet the standards in place today, but to also meet those anticipated additional standards that we expect to come out in June of this year. So plat notes also reflect that. So they've gone above and beyond. Did you catch that?
Thank you, sorry. I wanted to make sure that she heard you say they were on the plat notes because there was a question about where those were noted.
Okay, yes. Okay, so really when I heard all of the public comments, it all boils down to the rezone. I didn't hear any issues or concerns specific to the subdivision itself. Everyone kept on mentioning the RR 2.5 zone district. and the concern with having a smaller lot. What we're talking about is one single lot that is 1.5 acres shy of the RR5 zone district. You heard mention of this, but I'll just provide you additional background. Mr. Hall's property was impacted by a right-of-way taking that equals 1.5 acres. So if he did not provide that right-of-way that now everybody in the area benefits from, we wouldn't even be here today. He would be able to have his 5 acres overall, and there would not be a request for this one single lot being RR 2.5. So again, I'll just go back to the criteria.
Can I just ask a follow-up question on that in particular? Because I know that it did come up, but I'm just trying to understand. It's being referred to as a taking and that it's an easement, but was there compensation on that, or was that required through a different process? Like, how did that transpire?
It was not required through a subdivision process. This was many years ago. I should have wrote that down somewhere, but this was many years ago that the right-of-way for Hay Creek was given to the county. I don't know the terms of that, if there was compensation, if there was not. I just know that many years ago, the land was given, wasn't subject to a subdivision, wasn't part of a subdivision.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Weissong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes back to a comment that was made, and you just reaffirmed it. It was done many, many years ago. If that lot was just purchased within the last 4 or 5 years, you purchased it understanding what you were purchasing. So I think you're being a little disingenuous when you keep using the term taking, when that is not true, and the fact that the landowner knew perfectly well what they were buying.
Okay, I can understand that, and I don't think that that's necessarily part of the justification for this rezone. So if you prefer, we can just forget about all of that. I've got no issue with that. I'm gonna
only comment that you've been making it an issue. So I'll leave it at that.
Sure. What I will get back to is even without that 1.5 acres that we're talking about, every single one of the criteria for the rezone is satisfied. So really, that's all we should be talking about. So thank you, Commissioner Weissong. That eliminates a potential confusion there. So we've already discussed the master plan criteria has all been satisfied. The master plan recommends exactly what is being proposed, the 2.5 acres, as along with all of the no-build areas included within the plat. All statutory requirements have been satisfied, and it's 100% compatible with existing and permitted land uses, most certainly dwellings and dwellings, and zone districts in all directions. The site is also suitable for the intended use and will meet all requirements of Chapter 5 of the Land Development Code. So if we're talking about rezone as being the major heartburn here, every single one of the criteria has been satisfied. As you know, when it comes to subdivision, that criteria is most certainly more black and white. You know, if you can prepare a drainage report that meets all the criteria, you've checked that box. I do not believe that there's any single criteria within the subdivision regulations that really was questioned, with the exception of the 25 lots, which is not applicable. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Nelson?
On the document from the fire chief where it requested that the easement access for lot 6 go through lot 1, just confirming that that is the plan.
Are you talking about, let me go back.
I didn't write down which slide it was.
Was it the one that I showed the comments from the fire department?
Yes, right.
Yes. So I'll get back to that one. So the fire department initially requested that there be 2 points of access for the subdivision, one through Lot 1 where the existing dwelling is, and then a secondary access, not looping, but just 1 and 1, a secondary access for a few of the other lots. So let me just go back to the subdivision layout here. So that would be an access point that would come down and maybe serve these 3, and then another one to serve these 3. The El Paso County Engineering Department identified that that can't be supported by the ECM. So we had discussions with the fire department.
ECM.
Engineering Criteria Manual.
Okay,
I'm so
thank you.
sorry.
That's okay.
So we had further discussions with the fire department about that. And they said that, well, because there's not necessarily a number, he just would have liked it better. He was okay with that. And then he also reviewed the road that you can see here, that we have associated construction drawings, more detailed drawings to show that the fire apparatus can utilize the road.
Okay,
So that's why you'll see later on, he says no comment.
okay, so there was some follow-up conversation and then approval or no comments after that follow-up conversation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, good question.
Okay. Do you have more of your rebuttal or are you
I
ready for
don't, that
questions?
was it, unless there are questions.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant at this point? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I will ask commissioners if there are any questions for final questions for staff before we bring it up for comments and a motion.
I do.
I'm sorry, ma'am, that's not the procedure of this hearing, and I would, we are going to move forward to the way this hearing is designed to move forward.
I'd like to ask staff a question.
Okay.
Daniel. Sorry, Joseph. So why can't 2 roads be supported by the engineering criteria manual?
It's not that 2 roads can't be supported. I don't recall exactly the spacing, but what was proposed was a driveway through the floodplain, more like a Texas crossing, which we wouldn't support that if there was a flood event that would prevent that homeowner that utilizes that driveway going through there. So they would require more of a crossing like they're doing right now, which would be a box culvert. So that was mainly the issue.
Okay. And then they're doing a gravel road.
Right.
And someone mentioned that it should be paved. Do we have rules regarding that?
We do have rules in the criteria, but the private road waiver does have allowances,
Okay.
specifically pavement thickness and type of pavement, provided they provide a maintenance agreement, which they have provided. Additionally, they are doing some paved shoulder improvements, and they're paving the apron leading into the gravel roadway.
Okay. Are they paying the road impact fee?
Yes, they would be subject to the road impact fee.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Weissong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. What was the rationale for putting in 2 roads? And before you answer that one, part of that is, well, why couldn't you put in 2 box culvert? Same way you're doing the
You
other
can.
one.
We didn't say that you couldn't put 2 roadways in. I'm not sure, just off the top of my head, if it would meet the intersection spacing. That would be a limitation possibility due to the collector status. So that would be one. But a driveway that was requested by the fire department to go through the floodplain, that's where we had more concern.
So it was the fire department's request to just have the gravel road through the floodplain,
Yeah,
not a second.
Correct. They had indicated to
culvert.
have a driveway to access lot 1 and lot 6, I believe that's directly behind it, and having a driveway that just goes down into the floodplain. We had that concern.
Okay.
Not allowed.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Nelson?
Just to clarify, isn't the current road access also going through a floodplain?
Correct, but they are doing a box culvert there.
Okay.
So they're doing somewhat of like a bridge crossing.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, I just wanted to make sure that we satisfied the fire department's concerns, and it sounds like we did. So, my question for staff, I'm not sure who is, do you know off the top of your head how many PUD zones are in this area? I know that it was mentioned the one immediately to the east of this property is a PUD, but I am just curious how prevalent it is.
For the record, Joseph Leckie, Planning Community Development. Commissioner Nelson, just based on my map, I do have just tracking the one that's directly to the east of the subject property. If you give me a moment, I could look out further extent, but I believe the rest is zoned RR5.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, so I think we are ready to move to comments and or a motion from commissioners at this point. Commissioner Weissong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I was a witness for the May 9th hearing in 24 on the earlier Hay Creek. So I just wanted to make sure everyone understands where I'm coming from. Also went through the Waldo Canyon fire. I was very lucky, did not lose our home, but I'm very cognizant of evacuation. It was a major concern for a number of issues, not to belabor the point here, but I'm a little disappointed that Monument Fire did not provide more information, but I can't, pick on them because they may have reasons, rationales for doing it. But as most of you know, the county did adopt a software evacuation platform. It's still in process. Fire districts at this point still have the ability to internalize it. There is no county plan, if there ever will be, about how individual fire districts will need to respond. But just the fact that knowing that that is there, it can easily be run, and that information can then be easily interpreted. But I do want to say it is not a requirement. So knowing that it's there, it's a little frustrating because that is a critical issue as it pertains to single egress. Again, following up on the court case, it may seem like it's clear cut, but if you truly read Judge Prince's comment that he cannot legislate from the bench, he can only rule on the application. However, he was very strong in what his response was. It should be readdressed at a legislative element. We're in the process of doing that in rewriting the code. We don't know where that's going to be. However, 8.4.4.D1, I truly believe the intent, even though Commissioner Guyton and I, had a discussion 18 plus months ago over this topic. When you look at the public safety element and how we're stressing as a county level, how important public safety is, this kind of bothers me that we're not looking at how critical this is. We're looking at, you know, all kinds of numbers were thrown out, but you know, the maximum approved now is 130. When they get built, who knows? Multiple families may live, but evacuation is planning, I think, is just so easy now. And it's not yes or no, it's what is it? How do we adapt to new information? How do we adapt to what makes sense for different neighborhoods? And I hope somewhere in the planning stages that we evaluate things on a broader scale, especially when we're looking at only one egress. If you look at subsequent developments, Falcon Lake Estates, it was not permitted until they had a second egress that goes through Monument. Broadmoor Bluffs was not allowed until you had the ability to, to put in a second egress out of Broadmoor Bluffs. So it's not unheard of. It's something that we truly need to evaluate, and it is a passion of mine. It's very concerning that some people are not giving it its full due effort. As it's been mentioned here, we are required to represent our constituents. A good chunk of these people here are my constituents. And they have let me know, especially during the campaign process, that this was a major concern of theirs. And so the county did buy the Ladris evacuation software. There's still a lot of, I don't want to say bugs, because I don't know if that's true or not, but they're still trying to decide how best to utilize it. I think this, as a repeat, this is really critical. So when you look at, we have technology, it's right in our back pocket, we're not using it. The fact that the judge, in his opinion, somewhat admonished the legislative element, you guys, this is real, and you need to look at it. And this is the same judge that looked at another event that I was involved in and also agreed. So this is not new. It is very, very real. And we need to understand what the impact is on everyone and not look at a small subdividing lot. We have to look at the big picture. This is public safety. And we know that public safety is critical. And in a lot of cases, it trumps what some people may say, well, property rights. What about the property owners that have been there for years? Not just 4, we're talking 48 years, 20 years, whatever it is. That has to be factored in. There is not only law, but there's fairness of what, as a legislative body, we need to do, what fire department or metro districts and what have you from a public safety standpoint, what they need to do. They need to hear from everyone that this is an issue. So I will also object that we don't meet criteria number 13 as it was put up on the slide, which was chapter 5 and chapter 8, because chapter 8, 8.4.4.D1 is not met. You can say that it's been litigated. Well, if you read the judge's ruling, there was a comment, you need to do more. And unfortunately, we're not moving fast enough. That is no fault of anyone. That is just the process of rewriting code. But I think we need to really take a look at it. And here's the clincher, 8.4.4 D2. They offer a solution. It's never been talked about. Make the road wider, 4 lanes. So for that reason, I am voting no. This should not be approved until we as a county understand where we're going to go, and it is all public safety. Thank you.
Please hold
Okay.
that. We don't applaud in this auditorium. Thank you. Vice Chair Williams.
Thank you. So I have several comments, and I think one of the arguments I was persuaded by was the ability to egress and ingress out of this on Hay Creek Valley. I understand that you are living within a box canyon. And I will state that that requires some awareness on our part and some awareness on your part. I guess what I need to say, and this is the part where I feel like I'm going to point fingers, and I do apologize, is that I've always considered fire evacuation a personal responsibility. The reason being, if we had unlimited dollars, I would fix this road. I truly would. I know of individuals who went back in the Black Forest fire and barely made it out as they tried to get their animals. I have never made an investment in a horse. I don't have an investment in cattle. I only had a cat when I was a child. So I don't have these investments in animals. But in the case of a major fire such as Waldo Canyon, had that fire come over the mountain, I would have wanted you, and this will sound not a little heartless, I would have wanted you to leave them behind. If you couldn't get to them, have a neighbor get to them, because you know your cell phone coverage is going to go down. And so I would say as a neighborhood, you need to have a plan for when the fire comes. So so-and-so has 5 horses, they might not be home, could we go and let them out? Because I like to say I think the animals would get out if they needed to. And I hate to sound a little bit preachy about that. That was the only part I was really a little bit upset about. I was looking, to my knowledge, there is not an HOA here. I may be completely wrong. I know that the Red Rock Valley has an HOA. One of the problems we struggle with, which is why I asked about the road impact fee, is we are running on such a tight, limited budget with Tabor that we rely on things such as the road impact fee to expand our roads in high intersections. So things such as the roundabout at Baptist Road and Old Denver Highway may have been paid for by Forest Lakes because we knew that it had to go in there to help people get out. The road impact fee is collected to help problem intersections, but not individual roads. So even the road impact fee is not a solution for the fire evacuation problem that you have here. I would have liked to have heard, if I were hearing testimony, which is one of the frustrations about our procedures, is that we don't stop and ask questions. I would have liked to have heard more about exploring the option of what I call a local improvement district or a public improvement district where everybody gives a little bit of money in and eventually they widen the road. For one homeowner splitting 6 houses, splitting a lot into 6 lots to cover the expansion necessary for that road is, in my mind, not fair. But for someone who may want to split a whole lot of acreage into the acreage all the way on the west end of the valley, that might be something that they need to be considering, is how are we going to build a second egress out of this valley? I've never lived in a situation like this, where I've had to carry around bolt cutters in case I have to cut through a fence to get out of a fire. So I cannot relate to what Commissioner Weissong went through, and I cannot relate to where you are living. What I have to relate to is that we have to abide by the legal standards, and we consider each application one at a time. In my sense, this does meet the legal standards. I am not happy about the 2.5 acre lot. I think that's pushing it, but I don't think that in and of itself is a reason to deny the application. I think that if there was a different thing to do with the 2.5 acre lot, I would ask that the homeowner / developer do that with that lot. I've not been happy with that acreage there, but I think in and of itself, it's not going to add the traffic that a very, very large subdivision would add to Hay Creek Valley. And so I do believe it meets the standards that are outlined here as I've been going through them. And so that means in a quasi-judicial fashion, I do have to look at voting yes on that. And so I do appreciate that future applications, we're going to have to find a second road out of this valley. And I want to state that up front so that people are aware. Thank you.
I will add some of my own comments here as well. As it was stated by the applicant, there are a lot of emotions around this particular application, and I appreciate truly everyone taking the time to be here and spend quite a bit of time here with us today. But some of the requests, as Commissioner Williams noted, to not just look at this application is to ask us to break the law. There are other ways to consider and address the issues that residents have concerns about it. This hearing process is not it. This hearing process requires us to look at the criteria, which to me have been very clearly met. And I think you were just probably shorthanding this, Commissioner Williams, but I want to make sure it's not a 2.5 acre parcel. It has zone 2.5, and it's closer to 3.5. But nevertheless, this is something that I understand. It's not a daily thing for most people to look at these applications, but compatibility does not mean the same. And I know the applicant said that. That is a truth here. Compatibility does not mean the same. Being zoned a 2.5 acre lot next to a zoned 5 acre lot is absolutely compatible. It's not about my preference or what I prefer. It is the right of the property owner. When we have in our master plan that this is large lot and that includes 2.5, it would be, to me, egregious for us to then say that it doesn't conform when it is very clear in our master plan. I will also point out that this area was looked at holistically in the creation of the master plan. Again, because there are different time periods that we look holistically at the county and for different purposes at the county. We have an Office of Emergency Management that also looks at some of the issues that were brought up today. But the land use hearing and evaluating an individual application is not the proper time to have those conversations. And in fact, would be a slight to the property owner because we are legally required to look at that application. So when that master plan, that cohesive look was looked, and we can disagree or not with that, but that is our guiding document. They looked at it and they said, this is suitable for large lot, 2.5 acres. That was the comprehensive look at that time. I think, again, we can continue to look, but not through this particular avenue. I also want to bring up some things that are a bit concerning to me. The reality is, and I know this is really difficult for people in this room to hear, but I'm sorry, Commissioner Wysong, in these hearings, we are not to come in and say, people have told me in my district outside of this hearing that this is what they want and I'm going to do it. We are required by law to come neutrally, to hear the evidence presented as it relates to the criteria. That is my legal obligation as an elected official here today. That's why it is a quasi-judicial hearing. I understand. Before I was a commissioner, it was a difficult thing to understand. But that is a very specific role that we play in these quasi-judicial hearings. We're not sitting as your elected official in the same capacity that we would during a legislative decision. We are sitting as a judge in the same way that we would not expect a judge to decide that someone is guilty of a crime because the most people came in and asked for it. We are tasked with that same responsibility here to only review the evidence as it relates to the criteria. So though I know it was emotional, and I'm certain there will be people who are in disagreement and do not like it, the reality is that this is not a lack of compassion or concern for residents. It's not a lack of concern for public safety. We've done a lot of talking about public safety and yes, even about fire evacuation. We did implement the LADRA system, which is exactly designed to work in those emergency situations to ensure the most safety as we can. It's also true, and I know that Commissioner Wysong knows this, that it is not designed for land use. That's not its purpose, it's not what it's for. But that doesn't mean we aren't working very diligently to consider the ways in which we can protect our community. I know some other things were brought up about potentials of ways to look at roads and other different things. Those are all things that can be discussed outside of this hearing. I'm not prepared to say what should or should not happen in the same way that I don't think that judge was. I'm so glad for the separation of powers because he's not an expert, and I rely on our Office of Emergency Management. I rely on our Public Works, even to the point, I think this was a really great point when the conversation back and forth with the fire department and monument, to ask for one thing and then realize our engineers have a different problem. That's why we have these robust discussions, that these processes take a long time. We get comments from all kinds of different people and our staff evaluate all of it because we don't want to be myopic. We don't want to think we've solved one problem and cause another. And that's why those things all come and converge here. And I'm being a bit long-winded here, I apologize. At the end of the day, yes, our job is health and public safety. The first job of government is to protect the rights of the people, and that does include their health and safety. It also includes property rights. And I don't think in this particular case that you can just say, I'm concerned about health and safety, and therefore I'm going to violate the law by looking at this application differently than what the law prescribes. I don't think our duties allow for that in this sense. So I do think that approving this application because it has so clearly met all of the criteria is the right thing to do and is what I swore to uphold was the law. So that's, to me, I understand that there are a lot of emotions, but it truly is, in my opinion, the right thing to do to evaluate this fairly. Again, I'm glad that you brought up LADRS. I would encourage other folks, have conversations with emergency management. There are other things that we need to do to address all of the concerns that have been expressed. And other than that, again, I will be in support of this because it has very clearly, and I'll just run through that quickly. I talked about the master plan. We know that it's in compliance with all of the provisions. We talked about compatibility, that it's not the same. This is very clearly compatible. And I do appreciate the applicant's care of the land and looking for, again, could have done more in those specific areas, but really did. So I think that it is suitable and they have done more than they were required to do to ensure the suitability of this land. So with that, I'm going to see now if we have any additional comments or a motion. Commissioner Nelson.
I'll try and be brief. Just, I also find that the criteria have been met for the zoning request. that there are comparable homes in the area that are under lots, I'm sorry, that are under the 5 acres. And so the applicant could have chosen to go with a PUD zoning instead, and then that would have very clearly shown that that is already in the area, but they chose to go through the 2.5 acre zone mechanism. And I think that's just trying to help be more clear in definition of what they're actually wanting out of this property. And so, again, as already mentioned, it does not mean that it has to be exactly the same, and only 5 acres can be allowed in this neighborhood. So regarding the concerns about fire and evacuation, I'm seeing that this application is sort of putting a magnifying glass on an issue that this neighborhood has and concerns that neighbors have and already have had previously to this application. And so it has sort of become a little muddled because I understand the concern of adding more homes and the risks that that could imply. But I just wonder how is it that we as our body here acting in a mechanism to be judge and as the government, it would not be fair to say you can live here, but you can't, and that you can use your property the way you would like, but you cannot. And so it was mentioned that that a judge said he can't legislate from the bench. We can't do that either. And so we are evaluating our land development code. But, here today, it is not for us to say that 80 homes are acceptable, but 100 are not. That's not what we are able to do in this capacity right now. And I just would encourage the neighborhood to think about opportunities to improve their own evacuation mechanisms, whether it's through an agreement with the Air Force Academy that, hey, can we have emergency access to your roads in only emergency situations? I was kind of also thinking along the same lines of Commissioner Williams about the public improvement districts, that's a mechanism for new development typically that it allows for new development to not say that the last one in has to pay for all of the infrastructure of a road if say a stoplight is now needing to be added in an intersection. And so in this case, I'm finding that we wouldn't want to put that on individual homeowners either, that they have to be the ones to pay for infrastructure on their own. And so maybe the neighborhood would like to explore the opportunity of a public improvement district where everyone helps to solve this concern that has been expressed across the board today about evacuation in the neighborhood. So I said I was going to be brief. I don't think I did that, but just for my clarity, right now we're on agenda item 10 and we will make a motion for that. And then we'll have to come back and make a motion for agenda item 11, or are we approving all of it at the same time, the plat and the zone?
I see our clerk reaching for her microphone. She's going to clarify for us.
We have only read item number 10 into the record, and we haven't yet come to item number 11.
Okay.
Vice Chair Williams.
I have one more comment, and then Commissioner Weissong, did you want me to make the motion to approve? Do you want to have a vote first on? Okay. All right. I wanted to say, first of all, I wanted to think I have 3 people I personally know on this side, or 4, and 3 or 4 that I personally know and I'm friends with on this side. I really appreciate everyone for turning out. This is a very, very serious issue. Because I was thinking as we have been talking that not only do you have your road, but everybody feeds into Forest Lakes before they go across the bridge to get out. So the term a local improvement district is actually, I think, well, if our attorney was here, if Lori was here, she'd tell us, I believe it's a dedicated sales tax. You would have to literally make it worth it enough. You might have to include Forest Lakes in it to expand that road, because to do it on your own as just a small neighborhood of hidden creeks, even with however many lots you told us you have in there, is very expensive, and it takes a long time. So you want to look at something for the sales tax method. But that being said, when we talk about legislative, when we review our master plan or our code and we're making approvals to approve those things or to change our land use development code, we sit as a legislative body. Today, we're sitting as a judicial body, which means that we're given a list of standards and we have to act as judges, which is, I really appreciate the points you've brought up. I've had to think hard about this one and go through everything listed on this list here to make sure that I'm coming down on the right side, because you do live in a pretty precarious situation, I do think. And so I have to follow the strict standards. And that's just part of sitting in a quote-unquote quasi-judicial fashion. I think this has brought out a lot of points we need to consider as we consider our new code, and I really appreciate your efforts in bringing those to my attention. Thank you.
I just want to get clarification because I know there was a lot of, I know we've only read 10 into the record. We heard the arguments, though, for both items, I believe.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's what I heard, criteria from both sets of criteria, both the rezone and the subdivision.
So I'm going to ask, I'll let you guys fight it out up here, who wants to answer this, but of how is best to proceed. Do we want to, can we read 11 in and handle them simultaneously since we heard them simultaneously? Or are we going to call 11 and I would assume not proceed with a full hearing?
Madam Chair, I think you can go either way as long as there are two separate motions and votes, one for the rezone and one for the subdivision.
Okay, I don't know if there are any major preferences among this group, but we can handle, obviously we're not going to read 11 in and then go through another hearing procedure. So just to make sure we're all, kind of following that, so we can go ahead and deal with 10 if that's okay. We can read 11 into the record, acknowledge that we have already heard it with the previous item, and then proceed for any comments or a vote at that point. Though I do think we are mostly handling this as as kind of hearing both at the same time. So with that, I will ask, is there a motion on item 10?
I would move approval of item 10, the Hidden Creeks Estate rezone.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. Are there any additional comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the roll, beginning with Commissioner Weissong.
Madam Chair, no.
Commissioner Nelson.
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate.
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-1. And now we will move to item 11.
Item number 11 is the final plat, Hidden Creek Estates final plat, a request by 3405 Hay Creek for approval of a final plat to create 6 single-family residential lots. 5 of the 6 lots are proposed to remain within the existing RR5 residential rural zoning district, while Lot 2 will be comprised of 3.54 acres. The applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 3.54 acres in the northeastern portion of the property to RR 2.5 to accommodate the proposed 6-lot configuration. The property is located on Hay Creek Road, approximately 1.5 miles west of the intersection of Hay Creek Road and Baptist Road. This item was heard as a regular item at the December 18th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting and was recommended for approval with a vote of 7-1. 12 neighbors spoke in opposition, citing concerns about maintaining the 5-acre density in the area, compatibility with surrounding properties, and the lack of safety to adding additional residents in an area with one-way in and out. Parcel number 71330-07025, Commissioner District number 3, file SF 25003, Joseph Leckie, Planner, Planning and Community Development.
Okay, and then again, for the record and for clarity, we heard items 10 and 11 together, so we proceeded through that hearing. We have taken action on item 10, and we will now take action on item 11. Are there any comments from commissioners or a motion?
I move approval of item number 11, final plat, Hidden Creek Estates final plat.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. One final opportunity for any comments. And hearing none, I will begin with calling the roll with Commissioner Wysong.
No.
Commissioner Nelson?
Aye.
Commissioner Applegate?
Aye.
Vice Chair Williams?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That passes 4-1. Item 12.
Item number 12 is department and committee reports, non-action items, and there are none.
Item 13.
Item number 13 is the addendum, and there are no addendums.
Item 14.
Item 14 is the executive session, and there is no request for executive session.
Okay, with that, we've come to the end of this agenda. This meeting is adjourned.